And hello, everybody. We are joining this match 1 minute into progress. Apologies for the slight delay. We had technical difficulties. But we are up, we are running, and we are here, live. Game 1 of our winner's bracket final, Tribe Gaming and CALALAS. Still trying to get a couple things up and running, folks, as there was a little challenge right at the beginning. But don't you worry. We will be here. Hope that you are doing well this fine Saturday morning. And yes, we are straight into the battles. No warm-up because, as I said, solving technical issues up to the very last second. And about 1 minute beyond that last second. And let me go ahead. I have one more thing to do here. I have a couple more things to do here. I'm just going to solve, folks. So I'm going to be lightly trying to catch in on the action as I get these last couple of items. Last little pieces of housekeeping. All done and dusted. Will Mohamed light play today? Says Ibrahim. Yes! That's part of the plan. And Adriel, no surprises here. Starting out hot on the day. And where are my... I had to do a full reset right before we went live, folks. So a bunch of the pieces that normally are working great are not functioning today. Here we go. Taking a look at the current schedule and plan for today as the bracket. We are in the upper bracket final. CALALAS and Tribe Gaming. The loser of this will play against PUIGINS, which of course has Mugi, Mohamed Light, Griko, Vitor, and Lucas. And let's see if my lights will work. Yes, my lights do work. When Strangers team plays in 1 hour or something, Strangers is no longer in today. In fact, I will go ahead and, I guess I don't need to change the thing, but let me go ahead and do a couple little changes here on the playoffs roster. But no, Strangers is out. No more Strangers today. It is CALALAS, PUIGINS, and Tribe Gaming. That's all that's left. And it's going to be real fun today, folks. It's going to be real fun. We're going to be here for quite a while, watching quite a lot of Clash Royale, you and me. And I'm looking forward to what should be some pitched battles. Let me go ahead and get the rosters back up here again. I had all this stuff up on my computer, and then, as I said before, I had a big ol' need for a reset, unfortunately. But I think I have those there. Yeah, who are all in Tribe Gaming? Good question. Tribe Gaming with Wallace. Is that outdated? Let me go. I think that's correct. Here we go. Wallace, Ali, Ian, Airsurfer, Samuel Bassotto on Tribe Gaming. Right now against CALALAS, Ruben Sub, Sandbox, Adriel, and the World Finals runner-up, Pedro. So, banger lineups, that's for sure. CALALAS and PUIGINS are part of the same organization to answer that question. And looking like we got some Loon on one side potentially against maybe Loon on both sides. That might be the story, folks. It might be a Loon story, as we have seen quite a lot here in this event. And as you can see, if you're just joining us for the first time, bans are in effect during our King of the Hill sets. Goblin Giant and Little Prince, the current bans. Is there a 2v2 tournament coming in the near future? Not in the near future, but maybe at some point. Is there going to be a finals reset? Good question. Let me go ahead and confirm that, actually. I am hoping there is not a bracket finals reset, because that would mean potentially 4 matches today, which is way too much. Miner to the back. Doesn't get picked up by the skeletons, but they will do their job as far as cleaning things up. But so far, so good here for Samuel Bassotto in this second outing. Samuel had a really interesting year this year. Went into World Finals looking like he was going to be the most dangerous, potentially the most dangerous coming in, and he got past that initial hardest test of beating Morton in the first round. And then ended up finishing top 12. Definitely ended up not finishing quite as high as maybe was anticipated. I had him being most likely a top 8. Loons in on both lanes now. Adriel really pressuring. Phoenix on the left-hand side. Ice Spirit to try to hold here. And I don't think Samuel has anything for this. Samuel's just going to try to go ahead and counterplay. But he's going to take, and wow, what understanding of the situation where Samuel looks at that and goes, hey, I know that's not going to kill my tower. That is real understanding of the way these cards work. Because there is so much in you that would go, hey, I have to counter this balloon specifically, and he instead set up for offense. Whether that will end up working for him is a completely different conversation. And nice minor arrows in. And maybe Samuel should have stopped that balloon. And Adriel starts off hot. 2-0. Well played to Adriel. And I see, is grand final BO5 or BO7? I believe it's still BO5. With them in the same org, do PUIGINS and CALALAS get rewarded when they win? Not when the other team wins. Let's see. Evo Skellies are neat. They are kind of fun. I have to admit, they are kind of fun. They're funky. Let me see if anyone will answer my questions. I really hope there's not a bracket reset in that grand final, because that would be way too much. Way, way too much. Polithus says, is this when you see the same couple of decks the whole tourney? Yeah, that's competitive Clash Royale, especially when you're not playing with open duels. Like when you're playing with King of the Hill, there's just certain stuff that's the most useful. And then when you use pre-submitted duels, it's kind of hard as well. Again, this is why I like Mega Draft, folks. People complain about the draft period, but Mega Draft is the jam because you don't see the same thing every single time. It's physically impossible to see the same thing every time because of the way the Mega Draft is formulated. How many matches remaining today? Well, we're at the beginning, folks. We have 3 matches today. I hope that we don't have a bracket reset. I'm actually going to go ahead and... shouldn't there normally be a bracket reset? I am really hoping there isn't. I didn't even think about that one. But if there's a bracket reset, we could be here until sometime tomorrow, which I know the Spanish casters will... I know, like, Juicy will do, like, 12 hours a day. The Spanish casters just want as much as humanly possible. Let's just hope that there's actual legit grand final and no bracket reset. Oh, my gosh. Here we go. Airsurfer. All snuggled up on his bed as usual. And lava for Adriel in game 3. Wow. Dane asking, would I put 2v2 in one of the sets? I would, but it's not in there. And kind of an interesting classic matchup. Some Splash Yard versus Lava Loon. NATO should be an easy King Tower activation. But still, good opening damage from Adriel. Both sides down by about 500 HP. You have to be an esports org to compete in these, asks Xander. I don't know exactly. Org versus just a team that you've assembled. And thoughts on the Sandbox situation? I've said what I have to say about the Sandbox situation. Players, really research your org before you agree to let prize money be sent to a hot tub salesman in the Midwest. Lava Hound and Valkyrie here with this Lava Hound as well, with this Lava Loon deck. Really fascinating choices here. Smart NATO from Airsurfer. Pull it all together. Baby Dragon should be nice there, but with Valk and arrows and archers, it feels like it's going to be very hard for Adriel to get, or for Airsurfer to get any, and not to mention the Tombstone on top of that, too. I think it's going to be really hard for Airsurfer to get a great graveyard push. And Evo Archers just shred the Baby Dragon, Fireball into the other Evo Archer, and Adriel continues to just chip away at that right tower. Has not had a big moment, but has certainly been controlling the game well. Airsurfer just hoping he can find that one opportunity. And here he goes. Bar Barrel Graveyard under the Lava Hound. Archers played a little high, but they will also distract a tad. But that's a good graveyard push. That's what he needs. I think the Archers need to be played a little bit lower there. Poison gets the Archers plus. Adriel pretty much ignoring the Giant Skeleton on the left-hand side. It's a lot of damage he's willing to tank here. Now the Valk comes in. And Airsurfer finally starting to get his groove here in sudden death overtime. And let's be very clear about, I'll talk more about the Sandbox situation during the break in sets. But just because someone has a Twitter account and a Discord server does not make them an actual org. Triple Elixir. 1289. That Baby Dragon Splash is not what Adriel needed here. Now Airsurfer goes in under it. Valk this time is available to help with the graveyard. And the Evo Archers go high. Lots of damage. Fireball in. And now Adriel should be able to close this out. He tombstones smartly behind. And Airsurfer just waves the white flag. And Adriel comes out with a King of the Hill sweep to start the day off. 1, 2, 3. GG. Well played. Loving it. All right. Okay, so I will briefly talk about the Airsurfer CMG situation. Chasmat Gaming, there's a guy who came and started donating a bunch of money to people's different Twitch streams, and apparently, and everyone was like, oh, he has tons of money. And then that person made social media accounts and a Discord server and social media and graphics that people could put up on stuff. And that is enough to give the appearance of being an org to many people in this stage. But, you know, there's there's Queso and Tribe and SK, which are all mobile-first gaming organizations that have actual companies and staff, and not like just some other 19-year-old who joins the Discord server and says that they're staff, but real staff. Like, I've been to Tribe Gaming's headquarters. It's a building with multiple offices and people who work there and who do things to help get sponsorships or to create content or to support their players, things like that. But because of the kind of grassroots feel, a lot of players kind of go where someone shows that they're kind of throwing money around. And long story boring, wasn't really an org. It was just a guy with with social media accounts at a Discord server and who can hire someone to make graphics, right? And so players agreed to, first of all, like, any org that says the winnings should be going to you rather to the org rather than to you, like, that's already a problem. With all due respect, being there since the start, it wasn't just a team at the Discord. Sure, Andy. I mean, I don't want to get into it, but that guy was... It was pretty clear that that guy was a scam artist pretty early on. And people continued to sign with him, unfortunately. And he had prize money go to him. He agreed to pay people salaries and didn't pay them. He had prize money go to them and didn't distribute it. And that's really unfortunate for the people who were taken in by this con artist. So he has now been banned from all Supercell esports. He's not allowed to participate in any Supercell product in esports context. And I'm really hoping this is the start of people starting to take a closer look at what's going on. This is Chazmat Gaming, CMG. So, yeah, I mean, thousands of dollars from many players were scammed away. So I really hope people can, hopefully we can develop some resources to help players better navigate this situation. Now, the positive part of being part of an org is a good org provides you with support, provides you with things like salary, provides you with things like graphic supports, provides you potentially with, if you're a content creator, provides you with brand deals, which, by the way, if you're signed with an org, you pretty much should be doing content, but that's a different conversation entirely. Some orgs actually do support their players well. So, you know, some orgs actually do it right. And there are good reasons to be with an org, especially because you don't know if you're going to win prize money. You might win prize money. You might not win prize money. So an org will support you and give you things that you maybe either they'll pay you in some ways, or give you other support that you wouldn't normally have in potentially exchange for a portion of your prize money. So it can be totally worth it. And until the end of 2022, it wasn't an org like Tribe Queso, which meant they still paid people. Yeah, where there was smoke, there was fire, though. So that's my thought. That's all my comments on the situation. I really hope that there is some resolution that actually makes the players whole. There's not a lot that can really be done. You know, people individuals would have to take him to court, I'm assuming. And I don't know how that's going to work since most of the people who are owed money are international. So, you know, who knows how it will go. I'm not a legal expert. These are all allegations, by the way, just to protect myself legally. This is just all the things that I've heard that have been said from people. But what I do know is that it definitely felt to me like he was sketchy, especially considering some of the way he treated staff, as it was mentioned, and things like that. And, yes. I really hope that the players end up whole, but unfortunate situation all the way around. Let's get back to the gameplay here, folks. And to answer that question, no. Samuel and Pedro found themselves in the same group this last season. That true group of death for CRL World Finals, and it really was. Pedro, Ruben, Sam, and Morton. And when Pedro and Sam met in the upper bracket quarterfinals, it was Pedro who came out on top 2-1. Defying expectations, sending Samuel Bassotto down to the lower bracket where he lost to Mohamed Light. Good Evo archers here for Sam. And those wall breakers just barely picked up. And a nice protection there with the Mighty Miner. NATO pulls it all together but doesn't get it done. But the Evo archer's too close to take down that knight. And Minor Poison will carry the day here for Samuel. Game 1 goes to Tribe Gaming. Why do they miner one tile over next to the tower? It's an alternative placement that also is an anti-NATO placement for your miner, but it allows you to avoid if the building is the catch near the top number 3 spot. And also, if someone plays the counter to catch the miner in the middle in front of the tower, it also avoids that as well. Aries asking who swept set 1. That would be Adriel, who came out real nice to open things up. And Rage rears his ugly head. Remember, folks, that we are in dual mode, so the bans from set number 1 no longer in effect. Will Ian play today? Possibly. I don't know. He is on Tribe Gaming. We'll see if they get him in the mix. People asking about Mugi. Mugi is on on PUIGINS, who is awaiting the loser of this match in the lower bracket. And I'm getting the word that there will be a bracket reset if the lower bracket team wins. We're just going to stay here all day as a bracket reset. I hope not. I'm going to be rooting for whoever is in the upper bracket because I do not want to be doing an 8-hour stream today, folks. I will actively be rooting for whoever wins the upper bracket. Goblin Giant to the right-hand side. Super Mouse asking, what is a bracket reset? In a double elimination tournament, you have to be defeated twice to be knocked out. And so the winner of the upper bracket, having not been defeated yet, has to be beat twice in the grand final for it to be for there to be a champion. So that's what a bracket reset is. And when you're playing a single best of 3, it's one thing. When you're playing potentially 15, 18, 21 games, adding an extra potential 21 more games is a lot. And no luck with a co-host today. So it's just yours truly for potentially 8 hours. Royal Giant, left-hand lane. Fishboy to try to control that. Good goblins. And this is going to be a lot of damage from this Royal Giant. It might get enough to secure the victory. No, going to need fireballs. First fireball cycled here. Samuel going to try to cycle fast and get back to the second one. Can a raged Royal Giant get to tower before the fireball? No, the cycle is there. And Samuel takes it 2-0. We are all tied up through 2 sets, folks. And let me turn this music down a little bit here. Bright side, more CR for us. Yeah, I might die, honestly, with that much. And 1 second. Yeah. Let's go, Sam. Yeah, Sam played well. I appreciate the long streams, though. Not many English options. I got lucky. They're one of the best doing it. Thank you very much. Positives and negatives running an esports org. If it's a real org with proper infrastructure, right, the org will potentially provide you with salary, will provide you with, depending on it, with transportation sometimes, depending on certain events. The org will provide you with cool like graphic support. The org may provide you with brand opportunities and deals, especially if you are also a content creator. If you are a pro player, you should also be a content creator. The org provides you lots of support and benefits. If it's just some people, which a lot of these like a lot of orgs are just some people and not an actual business with infrastructure. So they might provide those things, and they might not. And the downside of being with an org, I honestly have to talk to players more about that. But typically, it's do they actually pay you? Like, are they a trustworthy organization? And some of the ones I've listed, like Queso and Tribe and SK Gaming, are all totally trustworthy organizations. And you can tell because they have infrastructure and their players get paid and things like that. They might take a portion of your prize money, which if you win a lot of prize money might be a negative. If you win not that much prize money, not really much. Cool Kid asking, how does the org make money? That's a good question, and that's why so many orgs have folded, fired tons of their staff, pulled out of different games. You saw what happened with 100 Thieves, how it happened with FaZe Clan. There's been like a culling in esports and in gaming this last year or so. And it's because of that exact question. How do these orgs make money? Some of them are trying to make money through merchandising, through brand deals. That's why, again, you're so much more valuable as a content creator than as a pro player most of the time. So, yeah, the orgs primarily through, sometimes through revenue shares in some leagues that actually are financially profitable and have franchising. But, yeah, primarily through brand deals and through merchandise, which isn't super reliable, to be honest. So that's why you're seeing so many orgs, especially like these big ones that got financial investment, like FaZe Clan, like 100 Thieves, why you're seeing them go through massive layoffs because they overexpanded and were, frankly, overvalued, and now they are having trouble. SK Gaming sells a lot of merchandise and does tons of brand deals. Exactly. So the question is, where are you able to cross over to that next thing? If you're not, then your org is not going to be financially solvent, and then you run into problems. Tell Sam he should do content constantly. Yeah. Why did Mugi disappear in the middle of yesterday? Because it was 3 in the morning in Tokyo. I'm surprised Griko kept on playing. Here we go. King of the Hill, set number 2. Airsurfer versus Sandbox. Lineup for this King of the Hill set: Airsurfer, XAlee, Bassotto, Sandbox, Pedro, Adriel for shot CALALAS. And the bands should be up in a minute. It's Goblin Giant and Archers are the bands. An easy little King Tower activation. Damage taken, though. Lots of Lava Loon. A lot more Lava Loon overall in this tournament than we've seen really all year, pretty much. And let's also, just I see you talking about org versus team. An esports team might be people who get together. An org implies a full organization. So I think that might be a good separation of parlance between those two things. Graveyard in. Barbarrel does some tanking. Airsurfer sure is the coziest player today. That's true. Lava sets up for Airsurfer. And we saw this matchup earlier. It went to Adriel with the Lava Loon. Slightly different configuration, obviously. Can Airsurfer make a better go of it this time? Or can Sandbox, make a better go of it this time? Sudden death overtime, and Airsurfer starting to get it. And we saw how close he got, or in Sandbox starting it. We saw how close Airsurfer got playing this matchup in reverse against Adriel last time. Shamsul pointing out we haven't seen much Magic Archer. Yes, because Magic Archer got nerfed, and the nerf pretty much killed it. Where does he? And that's I like the play from Airsurfer, going high with the barbs, low with the Little Prince, making a poison placement there very difficult for Sandbox. Two baby dragons, Tombstone, NATO. Oh, and that's a great evolved knight to help make sure that he controls the Mega Minion. I don't think Balloon can get through here. And Sandbox playing this brilliantly. Barb's given some value, and GG well played. King of the Hill, so far 4-0 in the King of the Hill portions, is shot CALALAS. All right. This Lavo deck is way worse against GY than the one Sam will use, though, so a Quiet Suppressive Airsurfer managed to win this. Yeah. Different versions. Speaking of Magic Archer, what are your thoughts on the card? I love it. I don't love how badly it was nerfed. Would you agree that Evo Ice Spirit is balanced and all their Evos are way too strong and damaging the game? I think that Evo Ice Spirit could be stronger and the other Evos could be weaker. So I mean, it's hard to tell if Evo Ice Spirit is balanced because right now it just feels gimmicky, right? So, we'll see. I don't know. Let's see. Baby Dragon make a good Evo? No, it doesn't need one right now. It's still so good. Can you tell me between semi-pro and semi-pro? Pro and semi-pro used to be a clearer dividing line between players who were signed and salaried to esports orgs in CRL and the players who were essentially playing for free for academies or for like tier 3 like pseudo orgs or teams in smaller competitions. Now I would say that the line is more blurry. It's more of like kind of a skill set line. So now the line is certainly more blurry between pro and semi-pro because it's really just purely performance-based rather than whether you are currently actually signed. When was the nerf for Magic Archer? Good question. I will go ahead and look that one up right now. Let's see. Magic Archer, the nerf was in October. They increased the first attack from half a second to 0.8 seconds. So first attack took a long time. What's the definition of pro? Do you need a top 1K finish? That's not sufficient. I wouldn't say that that's sufficient, but I would say it's necessary. If you are not capable of finishing top 1K, I can't imagine you'd be able to play at the professional level. But getting a top 1,000 finish is not enough to make you a pro. Interesting matchup here. And Ali gets a little shake of the head there. Both these guys running Little Prince Poison, and I think a lot of this conversation is going to be about not giving up poison value. To be fair, not even a top 10 makes you a pro. Very true. There are some players who can get top 10 on Path of Legends by being one-tricks, but could not play competitive to save their life. That's a good point. Little Prince ability to break up the shields on the right-hand side. Keep an eye on just the cycles of the Evo recruits, because you're going to see Sandbox is going to not get a lot of damage on the regular recruit cycles most of the time, and then he'll get a lot of damage on the Evo recruit cycles, which is an example of one of the problems with the Evo recruits. And, ooh, Ice Spirit just saves Ali, but you can see he's not happy with that. No one plays Golem in tournaments in CRL, and I hate that. Well, they played Golem a lot in the first half of the CRL season. Golem Pump became a big thing in the spring and early summer. And that's it. Look at that. What did I tell you? When Evo recruits come out, Sandbox will get a ton of damage, and he gets it. And Avenger Endgame, I already answered this question. I just talked about it. There is top 200 players I wouldn't even consider a semi-pro, and very top 500 players I would call semi-pro near the actual pro ladder. Ladder doesn't really say anything. Yeah, exactly. Is Sandbox the most informed player right now? I don't know if he's the most, but he certainly is in there. This matches about whether you have Evo Recruit in hand or not. Yeah. Mother Witch needs a buff. I don't know. Is Archer Queen good? Yes, just overshadowed by Evos right now. Which evolution do you want to see? Ice Golem. Let's see. Which team are you gunning for? Nobody until we get to the grand final, and then I'm going to be gunning for the winner's bracket team because I don't want a bracket reset, because I do not want to cast for 8 hours. Do you prefer the team seasons format of old, or do you like the new solos focus? If 2v2 is in there, I do prefer teams overall, but without 2v2, I think teams is kind of silly. Like this, I don't think teams make sense here. You know what I mean? It doesn't make any sense to me that there's teams. It's a solo game. If you have 2v2, then teams make sense. I don't have a strong preference. Honestly, what I prefer is being live in studio with the teams and the players, and preferably a crowd. That, I think people, like, remember when CRL first started, everyone was like, CCGS was better. But both of those were, that was because that was the thing that was before the solo thing, before teams. But those two things were both live with players in studio rather than playing remote. I don't care what format we're in. If we're playing in studio with players live in the space, then I'm having fun. I'm having a great time. Remote, I don't love as much, but I still enjoy it. I just don't think. But then also, again, if you come back to the two things, I still think that this is better as this is an individual game. Is this the last day? Yes, it is. Oh, guys. Oh, guys. Come on. That's a lot. Rich won't support PUIGINS in the final at all. Rip. Nope. I will support whoever is the upper bracket winner so that we can be done with this in 6 hours rather than 8 hours. I love competitive Clash Royale. I love casting. Casting by yourself for 6 hours is already exhausting enough. Guys, I'm actually not going to be more likely to answer your question if it's in all caps. So from now on, I'm just going to ignore all caps comments. I miss RG gameplay. I don't use it anymore. RG, we saw RG a bunch this whole tournament. What are you talking about? There's Royal Giant right here. I should have made that. I should have made that FAQ document beforehand. Which team has the highest win rate? That's a good question. It was PUIGINS, who are currently in the lower bracket. The top two players with the highest win rates so far this season, after the end of yesterday, Mohamed Light 71%, Mugi 69% alongside Sub, Samuel Bassotto 67%, Sandbox, who's Samuel's opponent right now, 56%, although he's adding to that nicely with these wins here. Golden Knight is, that's a good question. Who's the worst champion? Definitely is Golden Knight. Devlop got to go. Thank you very much for being here. Sam is certainly special with Mortar. And this is a great connection, too. Great connection. Now Mortar back in cycle. Good. The reflection from the Monk not going to help get through the Mortar, unfortunately, for Sandbox. And you see him kind of grit his face there as he really wanted that Mortar to be reflected. And so all that he took on the left-hand side is going to be for naught now. And Evo Mortar goes to the middle, Royal Giant now to get it off the board. And this has just been very tough for Sandbox. Oh, we are also live on Twitch, and I realize that I have not even had the Twitch. I have not even had the Twitch chat up. I'm sorry, Twitch, that I've been ignoring you. Let me go ahead and pop that out so I can see the Twitch chat as well. Sorry, Twitch. And here we go. Now a real chance for RG to do some damage, but the cycle is just too fast. Fireball in for the mortar. This Royal Giant should get one. And that's it, though, because the DPS is all over it. DPS, for those of you who don't know the acronym, damage per second. DPS refers to... DPS troops are typically referred to as ones that do lots of damage quickly. And that's a GG well played. No second sweep for shot CALALAS here. Samuel Bassotto staying on the board. All right. Let me say how to Twitch here, folks. I'm sorry if Twitch didn't even have the chat up for you guys. Today is the last day. Yes. I give you a big hug and emotional support, dinosaur. Oh, thanks, little tryhard. Let's see. That's way behind. What are those colorful rings? Those are disc golf discs, my favorite sport. I play all the time. I actually yesterday went and played, and I was 5 down through 13 holes, and then hit the first available tree on the 14th and blew up my round and ended up finishing 3 down instead of the 6 or 7 I was aiming for. That was unfortunate. What's the current meta like after the Goblin Giant nerf? Still lots of Goblin Giant. There you go. All right, I think I'm caught up. I think I'm decently caught up to the Twitch. And then, why do I have so many of them? Great point there. The Wizard of Oz, you need to have a lot of... I have a lot more than necessary. Yeah, but they're also just like ones I've collected. Do I watch any YouTubers outside of Clash Royale? Sometimes. I don't watch a lot of YouTube. I watch a little bit of some scam baiters like Kit Boga every once in a while. Sometimes I'll watch, like, you know, Mark Rober if something cool comes in. But I don't watch a lot of, like, YouTubers. I'll often, like, I use YouTube a lot for education stuff, like when I'm trying to learn how to do an editing technique in Premiere Pro, or I'm trying to learn how to do something in Photoshop I didn't know how to do. That's what I primarily use YouTube for, is learning how to do things I don't know how to do. Shorts Galaxy, you've asked this question 1,000 times. I don't know. Pedro Sam, once again.
What up? Future King over here.
You look at these two teams here. I mean, you look at all of these teams today. But this shot CALALAS team, 3 of the players were at World Finals this year. 4 of them are former World Finalists. The only non-World Finalist there is Sub, who had a really good chance at making it this year. Tribe Gaming, you have 3 World Finalists from this year with Wallace, Airsurfer, and Samuel Bassotto. Ian, who got very close. And Ali, who I'd say is like an upper tier, you know, talk about semi-pro, an upper tier semi-pro in Ali. And then you have PUIGINS, who has 2 former world champions and then 3 other world finalists. Loon in, barb barrel down. Delivery should come here high. And it does. Little Prince goes to work. Hashir saying 100% matchup for Pedro. I don't know about that. I don't 100% agree with that one because he only has Little Prince, Bomb Tower, Poison Delivery. Maybe is that enough? Poison Delivery enough? That might actually be enough. If Little Prince isn't... The problem is that his only true air defense is Little Prince, and if that's not in cycle, look at how he has to spend here. He has to spend Poison Delivery to still give up death damage. So if Little Prince isn't in cycle, that's a real problem for Pedro. And now we're starting to see that be a problem for him. And he has to have poison really available on defense, which makes minor poisoning hard.
What up? Future King over here.
And if Samuel can figure out how to get to the Little Prince in situations like this one, snowball arrows, boom. When your only air defense is a Little Prince as a champion, trying to play against Loon is really hard, and we just saw that here. And you see Pedro doing everything he can, but that's not enough. He has no way to get there. Samuel Bassotto had a really good matchup in that one. And now he's tied things up 2-2, and we're going to game 5. Ville Tube saying, I'd say Ali is a lower tier pro rather than an upper tier semi-pro. Well, and that's where this definition gets really squirrely, because how do you define what a pro is? You know, does... Like, I don't know. That's a hard definition. His total lifetime earnings in the game are pretty low, I would say. Are my guess. Let me see if I can open up. Liquipedia doesn't have everything, but Loon Freeze has been working well. Oh, in that level. Okay, cool. Tesla would have been way better there. Yeah, but you just don't know beforehand. That's part of the whole thing. But I think Tesla would have been smarter just so you cover, right? He didn't have coverage on air. And with how much Loon there is right now, not having air coverage is not smart. Is Surge playing? No, his team was eliminated. Coffee or energy drinks? Coffee. I have some right here in my CRL mug. Most players haven't played in the biggest events, don't have that high earnings, to be honest. Well, if you haven't played in the biggest events, how are you calling yourself a pro, right? That's the hard definition. But there you go. Tesla isn't that better because of recruits. Good point. Yeah, that's just hard. You've seen Archer's Goblin Giant that bans one more time. Would Little Prince Royal Hogs be good after the Little Prince after the next nerf of Little Prince? Not sure. How does the bracket work? I've never watched Queso Cups. We'll show the bracket after this set. I bet your coffee is cold right now. Yeah, it has gotten cold. That's true. That's a good point. Well played. Well played. It is cold now. It's disappointing how cold it is. So looking like minor poison for both of these guys. It might be the minor poison day now that we are at this level of player. When you use Goblin on defense, when they cross-bridge on offense, they give your opponent a free log. Yes, but they also prevent damage. Cherry with the worst video idea ever. The rise and downfall of Mohamed Light. My word. Downfall is hilarious. Comment of the day so far. I prefer 135-degree angles, personally. Minor in, and didn't stretch anything, so Adriel's not going to get a lot here. He might get one from this, and Sam has to spend, but now Sam will have more on the board. Yeah, if Mohamed Light has an actually bad 2024, then that video title makes sense. But otherwise, stop your nonsense. So someone was talking about that if Goblins defend, you get a free log. Well, that was a nice minor log onto Goblins. God, this game is very close right now. The minor poison race currently favoring Adriel, but not by very much. Adriel is cycling logs really fast right now, and he's going to get the win here. Very nice. Very, very nice. Wow, the pace he put on in that final final 20 seconds is crazy. And that's King of the Hill victory for CHIVAS. Adriel 4-0 on the day in King of the Hill. Let me go ahead and queue up a replay for y'all real quick, because the pace that Adriel put on at the end of that game was relentless. Here we go. Let's take a look. So look, they're pretty even right here. This is not a big gap. Adriel does have the 3 elixir-ish advantage because he already has the Evo Knight out. And now he gets the Little Prince down. Delivery comes up high, but the Little Prince stays alive. So look at this. Log, Little Prince goes down. Already back to the Knight, though. And everything seems okay, but he's just ignoring the minor. So he goes log again, gets a ton of goblin damage, and Samuel, sending his minor, basically was already down 3 elixir, added that, it compounded that to 6, and Adriel was able to take advantage. Go ahead, watch that one more time. Go ahead, take a look at that one more time. He's already up. Look at this. So let's back this up a little bit. This poison will play out. So here we go. He's up almost. He's up almost 4 because he has the Evo Knight on the board and he has 1 elixir, almost 1 elixir advantage. So here we go. Here comes everything to meet. Right now, still you see with the Little Prince on and the elixir advantage up. These goblins to the left are just to force out something. They don't do anything, but this clears. So that's going to keep the Little Prince alive a little bit longer. So here we are. 1 elixir in the hole more for Adriel, but look what's on the board right now. Right? So the miner goes to the back of the tower, which suddenly gives that elixir advantage, but he still has a Evo Knight, now a Guardian. Little Prince is still up, and he has a miner going. So he has so much more. And then, boom. Sam now has gone down to 0 with that log at the bridge. Log is completely out of cycle. They both went down to essentially 0, but look how much more Adriel has out here, and Adriel sees no log. Fine. Boom. Goblins in. GG, well played. Let's go ahead and take a look at the bracket here. Upper bracket finals, you see CHIVAS currently up on Tribe Gaming. The lower bracket finals will be the loser of this match, and then whoever wins that will go on to the grand final to face the winner of this match. So we have 3, potentially 4 matches today. But that's where we are right now. 2-1 CHIVAS. PUIGINS waiting to see who they will face. Oh, and we are actually into game. Let's go. Adriel's really underrated, not often included in the best players debate. He's one up there with us. Adriel is phenomenal. He's been phenomenal for longer than most of the top players. He just took a while to turn 16, and then last year had a really good shot at making World Finals, but wasn't able to continue because of passport issues. But got that all sorted and was able to be at World Finals this year, and it was great because it was really a pleasure meeting Adriel. And now we get a really fun matchup here between Adriel and Samuel Bassotto. who did not meet at World Finals. Adriel lost to Mugi in the first round, then beat Sosa, Vitor, and Mohamed Light in a row before losing to Airsurfer. And yes, the lower bracket winner does have to beat the upper bracket winner twice, so potentially we are here for 8 hours today. Hopefully not. Question in the Twitch chat, please work. There we go. What does CAL stand for? CALALAS from this player on the Twitch stream. How many players per team? 5 total. Adriel looks like Adriel is super nice. His dad is also super nice. They were a pleasure to meet at World Finals this year. Just gets 1, does Adriel. And I do think we've seen this a lot this weekend, or these last few days. People going with like, which Hog version do I play? And I do think, especially in pre-submitted duels, that the Hog Evo Firecracker version is the better choice than Hog Evo Knight. That way you save Evo Knight for other decks, and the Evo Firecracker synergy with Hog to be that extra bit of damage when you can't break through and you need a little more power than Spell Cycle. I think that's the way to play. I think that is the right move. Asking me who do I think is the best 2.6 Hog player of all time? I don't know, and I honestly don't really care. I don't know. Lucas, how about that? Splashy asking, why do some games show card bans and others don't? Because card bans are only for the King of the Hill sets. Duel mode already inherently does ban cards, hence we are not going to have extra card bans on top of the already inherently banned cards in there. And timing you out for spam, I will give you a larger timeout next time. How old is Adriel? I believe he's 18 now. That happened to Jack. He was a great Hog player, best all time, some people say. Not playing anymore. At least not. I haven't seen him in a while. Fireball does get the Firecracker. And man, I don't know if Mo is the person to credit with this, but we have started to see the playing Hog in the back during triple more than we ever have. It used to be a thing that you were like, oh, you just played Hog in the back? Noob. And now we're seeing it from pro players. That's a good reflection there. Does get the King Tower activation, but who cares? Nice reflection by Adriel. 16 seconds left. 1754 to 1684. Fireball in. Does the RG get a shot or not? It does not. That no RG shot is huge. Snowball. EQ. Can Adriel get to a Fireball in time? He's not going to do it. Oh, my word. Samuel Bassotto takes that one by a hair. Phenomenal EQ cycle there at the end. 34 HP is the win. Nicely done. Jack has 3 number 1s with 2.6. Gotta be him. Yeah, so it's Jack. I don't follow classic decks and like who's the best Expo player of all time. As someone who actively kind of hates decks, it's the funniest thing to say, but like, as someone who's seen the light of Mega Draft, I've never been one who really followed who was the best player with this deck, who was the best player with that deck. Because in esports, like who was the best with a specific deck isn't critical to our conversation, right? It's if you're someone who cares a lot about ladder or ranked or whatever it is, then of course it's a very critical conversation. But who's the best blank player is less important when you're talking about when you're evaluating someone's success in the esports scene. debating who's the best hog player is much more relevant than the best specific hog deck. That might be true, too. Now it's Adriel's turn to show some hog play. Hog snowball. And I've said this before many times, but for those of you who don't know, a King Tower activation against a hog prevents almost 50% of the hog damage relative to normal. An uncontested hog with no King Tower activation gets 7 hits. Uncontested with King Tower activation only gets 4. Evo Archers are going to be a problem for Adriel. He has to engage them on his side of the board most of the time. So it just means that weird late spends plus those Evo Archers are going to be so impactful on defense. Despite the challenges, for the moment, Adriel's in this one. 21-33, 21-93 with 90 seconds left. He has to be able to get past this bowler NATO situation. Right? And you saw him try to play the hog outside the Mighty Miner, and he gets it. And now he's going to get, this is what, and you see right there, that's why I like the Evo Firecracker in this deck, because he gets that crosswise damage. Suddenly, Adriel, very far ahead. Evo Firecrackers, and that's a great. I mean, the Evo Archers. That was a great Mighty Miner to get close to the Evo Archers and not let them do full damage. He's gonna get one here, I think, and he does. Plus Snowball. Sam cannot be happy with that. And Adriel going with the Evo Firecracker in the middle. Tesla low. Ice Spirit to hold here. Plus Snowball. Lightning trying to clear. Guards high. 28 seconds left. Adriel's playing a great game, and you see Sam just so frustrated. Adriel just has to survive this sequence. I think he will. Snowball to slow, and that's going to be it. Game number 2, Adriel. Game number 3 coming. And what a set it's been so far. Hog out for both players. NATO out for Sam. Does Adriel have a minor deck? I don't think he plays Loon because he already played the Monk. That's the thing about this in-game duel mode. It's you have to try to figure out all the decks so fast. And good read on Adriel. Adriel maybe going to play 6 Loon, maybe going to play Ram Rider instead. I thought with the Monk out, we might not see Loon, but we may. Minor poison for Samuel. Adriel is a menace, no question there. And that's not going to get a hit. It just gets death damage. I think Samuel thought that might get a hit. Playing Rage and the Lumberjack here is fascinating. Both of those together is such a weird combination. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Evo recruits too much. Evo recruits far too much. And Cement asking, does the game screen still have a delay compared to the cameras? Hasn't been fixed. They said that they did something about it. I haven't checked. I haven't been paying close enough attention. Double Rage Evo recruits can't be stopped. It's kind of crazy. What a weird deck to pre-build. Lumberjack, Rage, Evo recruits loot. Right? To have both, to pre-build both of those in. Loon in. I think that bomb tower is going to get murked. Yes, it is. Bomb tower getting murked. Raged up Loon in. Going to get one. I don't think he gets a second. And Little Prince goes to the Skelly Dragon rather than to the tower. The big problem for Samuel is that Adriel can keep on cycling these Evo recruits way in the back. And so then now he's like, well, now I'd love to cycle Miner and get on tower. But he has to save this elixir for this defense. And so his only real, man, double raging that, Loon's going to get one. What a filthy, filthy, filthy deck. And so now this is when he goes in. But he's getting Chip versus Chunk. And it's really hard to win a Chip versus Chunk game when you're this far down, 70 seconds left. You see Adriel slowing down a little bit. He has to be careful. Minor Poison can catch up. And we've already seen Sam do it. Adriel might rage late here. He does. Does he get death damage there? He does. Arrows, death damage, and now just got to drop the last little bit there, and that's it. Shot CALALAS does it in 4. Adriel, definitely the MVP of this one. 4 wins King of the Hill, and he wins a dual mode battle. Shot CALALAS will be in our grand final as Tribe has to regroup and get ready for a match against the other CALALAS team, CALALAS PUIGINS. Oh, and let's take a look at the bracket. They were going right there. So you see CALALAS in. You do also see the second set of scores in case we do go to a bracket reset. So coming up next will be Tribe Gaming versus CALALAS PUIGINS with two world champions and 3 world finalists. Nasty, nasty team assembled here. Adriel is a monster. That's true. This season's match was the same versus Adriel all along. Gotta admit, Adriel played amazing. Absolutely. There we go. PUIGINS beating Shot Claws twice is a piece of cake. That's hilarious, as Shot Claws already beat them 3-1 2 days ago. Adriel bags this one. Yeah, Adriel was just awesome. Awesome today. Good win. I don't know if Ian's available today. These matchups going to go crazy. Yeah, it's going to be fun. Possibly Shot Claws for Shot Claws finals in this league. Maybe. Tribe Gaming could win it, but they have a tough out in front of them. Yeah, Adriel is just it's just full-on game over. EVO Recruits horrible for the game. I agree. EVO Recruits needs to. I think Recruits is there's a few cards, 3 cards I would vault. If this was a game where you could vault stuff, I would say the three cards I would vault would be Recruits, Barb Hut, Battle Healer. Those 3 cards, in my opinion, have no place in the game. I would get rid of them. But unfortunately, it's not the kind of game where you can vault cards. But that's what I would do. Can you show us the team members? I don't have a graphic for the team members, but I can go ahead and tell you. For our PUIGINS, that's going to be Mohamed Light, Lucas, Mugi, Griko, Vitor. And for Tribe Gaming, Wallace, Ali, Ian, Airsurfer, Samuel, Bassotto. Vault Barb Hut, but not E-Golem. I think E-Golem is more of a problem when you have Battle Healer. I don't think E-Golem is inherently bad for the game. I think that actually, since we're waiting, I'll give you my reason for why I would vault those cards. Barb Hut, when it's viable, promotes a really bad, boring style of play. When Barb Hut was strong, was the worst meta. Was the worst time ever as a caster. It was every match was terrible and slow and uninteresting. So Barb Hut. So then the only option is for Barb Hut to be nerfed to the point where it's almost unusable. Which at that point, why does it exist, right? So Barb Hut just shouldn't. Barb Hut again, I think promotes a bad, boring style of play. The Battle Healer, I don't think healing mechanics should be in the game. I think healing mechanics are bad for the game. In fact, the devs initially said they would never put healing into the game because of that reason, and then eventually they did. And I think that Battle Healer specifically just is a card that also promotes kind of a no-brain style of play. It promotes this idea where you just, let me just put a bunch of things together, put this Battle Healer in there, and the fact that Battle Healer heals itself and stays up is even worse. So I just think Battle Healer, I think healing shouldn't be in the game in the first place, and that Battle Healer in particular does it in a really bad way. And then I think Royal Recruits, I think the card design is flawed, right? They're a card that really has almost no good, you can't misplay the card, you can only play it at the wrong time. But Recruits, because it covers so far, you can either go like, hey, I'm going to do 4 and 2 this way, I'm going to do 4 and 2 this way, or I'm going to do 3 and 3, and I can do it here or here, right? It's so limited in how it can be played. You should be able to misplay a card. Every card should be misplayable, right? And so a card that is entirely you can't misplay, I think that's not a good card design. So when they were initially released, I think, or you could rework Recruits to only being 5 and maybe also make them not so spread out. But either way, I think that Recruits are as they are. Recruits could be reworked, but I think Battle Healer and Barb Hut both just need to go. I think they're both totally vaulted, in my opinion. But because of the way the game's designed, you can't vault cards. The only way you could vault cards is if somehow you gave a refund to players, or replace them with a totally new card, which then wouldn't be of value to the developers. So, yeah, I don't know. 5 Recruits in a V shape, interesting. That could be interesting. You can also just pull them all in one lane in some scenarios. Rich, do you think Purdy is the MVP this season? I'm not following football that much. I think EVO Recruits is also one of the hard. Yeah, EVO Recruits too. If you watch EVO Recruits games, just see where EVO Recruits, how players cannot get damage with the classic Recruits, and then when they go EVO, they suddenly can. All right, here we go. PUIGINS Tribe kicking things off. Lucas versus Ali. The lineup. Give me 1 second, folks, to get the actual lineup for this King of the Hill set. Excuse me. Sorry about the cough. Usually I hit my cough button, but I have my hands busy. The lineup is Lucas, Griko, Mohamed versus xAlee, Airsurfer, Bassotto for this first set. Goblin Giant is the ban from both teams. Make recruits cost more elixir. It doesn't, but then you're just killing the card without solving the problem, right? Vault Healer for Mechanic, but keep Heal Spirit. I mean, I also think that Heal Spirit probably shouldn't be around, but it's so bad that it's less of an impact. I think Heal Spirit just, I think that healing shouldn't exist, and Heal Spirit probably should be gone too. But that Heal Spirit doesn't have the same sustained impact. It's kind of like when people are comparing the strong other 2 elixir spells right now to Rage spell. Whereas we just saw, Rage does 2 things, right? So Log technically does 2 things, but it's kind of one, right? It does, and they're 2 not sustained things, right? So Log does damage and does some knockback. And Zap does damage and does retarget. And Snowball does damage and does some knockback and some slow. But they're all very limited in that effect. Whereas Rage does damage and then turns whatever's in front of it into a nuclear-powered damage machine, which is sustained. And what you get from Rage spell is so much more devastating than what you get from the other 2 elixir spells, right? So I think you have to take into account the overall impact of the mechanic. So the impact of Battle Healer, when it's any good at all, is dramatic, whereas the impact of Heal Spirit is minuscule. So I think there's an important difference there between those 2, but yeah, Heal Spirit should probably be gone too. TBH. But it's so far less impactful. Here we go, Loon in. There's your Mortar. Mortar a little bit late though. Little Prince gets its feet reset. And so damage almost in here for Lucas. Does get death damage, but so this is a big difference, right? So we saw previously a Little Prince deck that had delivery, poison, and a building go against a Loon. But when we saw how when your only damage dealer for an air troop is a champion, how bad that can be. And to harken back to that, let's talk about World Finals 2021, Mohamed Light versus Mugi for that championship, where Mugi ran Loon Freeze and Mo was running Pig's Archer Queen, and his only damage dealer to the air was a champion, a 5 elixir champion at that. And you saw how impossible it was for Mohamed Light to truly defend against that balloon. So this is a totally different situation now, where you have Little Prince, but you also have the minions. And then I think that changes so much. Minions and Skelly Dragon. So it just changes so much about how you defend that balloon. Remember when there were 3 Fire Spirits? Yes, I do. King of the Hill is not in dual format. King of the Hill is just play whatever deck, whenever, other than the ban cards. I think King of the Hill would be good in dual format, would be fascinating. And then the order that, and I've said this for a while too, if in King of the Hill you added a dual format, whether it was you can't play any of the cards that were played previously, or you went with the Master style, where if a teammate wins with cards, those cards are out for the team for the rest of the King of the Hill set, that would make the order in which you place players so much more important. Right now, the only impact of the order in which you place players is the person in your third position confident enough to reverse sweep if they need to, right? Is your third position person, confident? But that's it. But if you did have a dual mode type of thing attached to King of the Hill, then your third person would also have to be your most versatile player and be able to really navigate through what, and then you'd be thinking about how do I create my dual mode set over the course of the game? And yeah, this is just, you see so many answers to Loon. xAlee takes care of Lucas easily. GG, well played. Koth is not duels format, but I think that King of the Hill would be much better if it were. You'd see way more deck variety, obviously, but then also, man, how interesting it would be trying to, and develop. I thought you were leaving, but Koth dual, big brain, right? So then you'd have to be thinking of, okay, what deck do I give my first player And then they have to keep on using different decks, but also my second and third player have to be able to really roll with the punches there. So it would make, it would make order, so it would make the order thing so much more interesting. It would make a lot of things. Supercell just announced Evo Valk. Yeah? Let me go on to Twitter. Did they say what it does? Let's see. Tornado plus Axe. Wait a second. Oh, I'm watching this little video right now. Valk Evos. And haircut looks pretty scary. And is that going to be... Is the Valk's Evo going to pull things into it? Whoa. That's interesting. It's on Twitter, folks. You can go find it there. I wonder how big the Valk pull radius is. That's interesting. And basically a NATO Valk. That's actually fascinating. So yeah, Hog XC NATO is next season is OP. Does Evo Valk usually run on Hog XC NATO? I don't know. Oh yeah, I guess the Viper one typically does, right? Splash Yard just got buffed again with a Valk NATO? Evo Valk? Interesting. All right, looking like giant graveyard here for Griko. Yeah, Evo Valk nerfs Splash Yard more than buff. Yeah, because it will be able to pull all of the skeletons to the Valk. That makes sense. That does make a lot of sense there.
What up? Future king over here.
Idea for a new card. The Cloud. It pours lightning and snow over troops. Interesting. An answer to recruits. Maybe. Oh, and Griko takes a shot there, but he had to because he's already down one elixir. Couldn't really afford spending there, and just a little pressure play there to maybe make Griko play a half step early, but he was already going to 10 anyway. Do you think having 1 year team and 1 year solo would be a good idea? Because I just like the teams format creates more hype. I mean. No, I don't think alternating formats makes any sense. I think that, as we've seen, unless you have a bunch of A-tier orgs, it invites lots of problems to have teams. And even in CRL teams from the past, we had a bunch of teams, misfits, that didn't really do their duty to their players. So I think that you don't really have enough teams that are actually going to do what needs to be done. Also, I think people have to remember that people kind of got tired of teams during 2020 because remote is just hard to care about the same way. But I don't know. I just want to be in person more. That's what I really want, more than anything. Whatever that looks like. Oh boy, lots of damage here on the left-hand side. Arrows come in. Giant to pick up the Guardian. Miner still going, though. And that's a ton of damage. Griko not finding a really good opportunity for a great graveyard. He's gotten one. But the problem is, he has to try to figure out this. There's this weird game of the arrows, the snowball versus the minions and the goblins when Griko does push. I mean, Misfits, Dig, Pain. Man, one day maybe I'll make a video about the mismanagement of many of the teams in CRL teams. But you had some great orgs that really cared about the league and cared about their players, and some orgs that were just there. Oh boy, the Elgato crashes again. Then you get a new Elgato. Ali staying ahead. Good mortar to block the giant. Gets a shot on the little prince. Doesn't get much, though. Snowball in. That graveyard doing a ton. That graveyard doing way too much. And Griko steals that one at the end. GG. Well played. Nicely done for Griko. Let's go ahead and set up a little replay here for the end. I've talked a lot about, like, people pretend that Teams was all rosy and gold, but there were a bunch of problems with Teams. Let's go ahead and take a look at this first, and I'll talk about it. So 26 seconds left. You see a nice lead here for Ali. Griko gets his Evo Archers down, gets them split. The Giant comes down, and the Mortar comes up high to block. But the Mortar gets shredded so fast because the Little Prince is still alive, right? Let's go back here for a second. Little Prince is alive and has its feet set. Keep that in mind. Little Prince doesn't even have to move. So this Giant comes down, keeps Little Prince is still alive, and the Little Prince can just stay there and look at how fast that Mortar goes away, right? You needed to play the Mortar, probably play to the high middle, and aim that over towards the opposite side tower, so that you make the Little Prince move its feet. The Little Prince doesn't have to move its feet. So that goes bye-bye, and now the graveyard, in its second wave, you see the graveyard actually went and targeted back to the giant, or the tower. Watch this, right? So there you go. Mortar goes bye-bye, arrows come in, they do some damage, but now, with the arrows clear the graveyard, the prince, you can see her already, Princess Tower, already moving to target the giant, who broke through so fast because that Little Prince never had to move his feet. And now, with the giant being targeted, easy peasy to get a ton of graveyard damage. Here we go, on to game number 3. Yeah, the problem with, I wish the Google Games Play PC thing would, if it had the iPad format, the wide format, I would use it for esports myself. But I still use an iPad plus capture card for that exact same reason, that it's the Google Play thing is only in phone resolution, not tablet resolution. And yeah, during the break between sets, I'll talk more about the orgs thing. I've talked about it a lot, but I think it's super relevant today, actually. Why is Airsurfer still in bed? It's 5 p.m. Because Airsurfer's always in bed, dude. Bro sleeps late as well. I've definitely messaged him at 2, and then he messages me like 2 p.m. He'll message me like 3 hours later, be like, "Yo, sorry, dude, just woke up." I think he lives on Japan time, kind of. Good poison value here for Airsurfer. But, oh, nice NATO, in fact. Nice NATO. Griko can't take advantage of it. Doesn't have enough elixir to. But will go ahead and get some nice lumberjack damage. And he does go ahead and loon here. Hey, where's it 5 p.m. at? Yeah, it's not 5 p.m. It's like 10 a.m. for Airsurfer. Like 10:30. Evo recruits. The good opportunity for Griko here. And Lumberjack is in. Watch the right-hand side. Lumberjack goes down. Evo recruit charges and gets a crazy, crazy chunk out of that right-hand tower. Great fisherman there to pull the Evo Knight out of tanking range. Does that backfire, though? Snowball is going to lead to Evo Knight doing tons of damage, and now you've given Graveyard players exactly what they want. Now Airsurfer has dual lane options, and wow. Fisherman giveth, fisherman taketh away. Knight has to hold in the middle. Little Prince down. Tombstone will pull. Airsurfer's going to probably NATO this over to the other side, I think. NATO's it up. Lumberjack's going to get 2 or 3 now. Look at that. Evo, the Knight just not quite there in time. And Griko back in the lead. Every time Evo recruits are in cycle, Airsurfer needs to get damage fast. And he's not going to be able to get much of anything out of this one. Lumberjack and Little Prince both going for it. Poison down. And Airsurfer's like, come on, man. There's no NATO play here. Evo recruits. They are here. Fishboy is underrated. No, Fishboy's played in everything. What are you talking about? This is maybe the I never know sometimes if people are trolling or not. If this is an honest question, it's the funniest question. Someone please tell me how to hold a phone in a comfortable position and use fingers well. I hope this is a troll question. And if it's not, I'm sorry to be making fun of you, but what? You hold your phone and then you just hold it with your hands and then touch it with your we have opposable thumbs. Have you heard of these, by the way? Great invention. If anyone can reach out to whoever our creator is and tell them that this is awesome. I mean, maybe the best thing that ever happened to humans, because I can hold the phone with my fingers and then use my thumbs to do things. You know what I mean? Like, hats off to whoever came up with opposable thumbs. That's just brilliant. Rich, wife is next to me asking who the handsome guy talking is. Shout her out, please. Hello, Jonathan's wife. Thank you. Peter saying thanks for everything you're doing for the community. And thanks everybody watching. If you haven't yet, subscribe to the channel. Like this stream to help get more eyes on it. Free ways to help out the grassroots esports scene. Pinky on the bottom messed up your pinky over time. Yeah, that is true. I have definitely had some pinky on the bottom problems with my right hand. No questions about that. I play on iPad a lot when I'm at home. Do I know what happened to Jupiter King? Yes, he was recalled to Jupiter to finally take the throne after years of governmental malfeasance. They finally decided, hey, Jupiter, stop playing phone games and come back and actually rule your kingdom. How does the overlay of the chat word, do you manually select which chat shows up on overlay? Yes, I do. I manually select it. Otherwise, there'd be some nonsense up here. People who stream and just have their chat appearing on screen at all times, that to me seems wild. Like what a hair-raising, risky life you live. Because people could just put in like curse words or racial slurs or whatever into your chat and have it on your screen all the time. That's crazy to me. That's actually crazy to me that you would just give random chatters that ability to put whatever they want on your screen. So no, I have a plugin that allows me to select which things come on screen. And right now, Griko would love to have a plugin to allow him to select what things hit his tower, because right now, this RG Mother Witch deck is just doing the work. I think they have a filter on Twitch where it doesn't show like weird arts or any bad words chat. I guess you have to, like, if you have your filters in. Can Evo recruits be stopped? Is this the deck that does it? Hundreds of streamers have their chat on screen. What are you even talking about, man? Yeah, and hundreds of streamers have like wild stuff appear in their screen. I guess they probably have, they set up a ton of filters beforehand. You gotta have all, you gotta go in, spend time putting in filters for every single word you would not want to appear on the screen. And the Elgato has problems once again. GG, well played. Griko taking set number 1 for PUIGINS as they take one more step back to our grand finals. So yeah, to go back to the conversation from earlier about orgs, there were some orgs that were there that were like really about the league and about the players, right? And I've said them a lot. Liquid was great as well. You had some orgs like, I remember Immortals. They wouldn't post about the league on their main social media. They made a separate Clash Royale social media. So even when the team won North America in the first season, they weren't being posted on their main social media. They're being posted on the secondary social media, right? Like, there were so many orgs that were just trying to use it to, like, that were kind of like almost embarrassed to be in mobile esports or something. I don't even know what they were doing. And they were just kind of using it for money or whatever. What if someone has Wi-Fi shows on camera? No, you're responsible for your own connection. So Dignitas was awful, right? Like, Misfits, their players showed up for 2019 without jerseys. They just showed up in black t-shirts. Dignitas, they were in an apartment with no Wi-Fi for like a month or 6 weeks and had to go practice in a McDonald's down the street. Pain Gaming had like major payment issues in 2020, right? I'm airing some laundry here, but like, and again, should I use the word allegedly here for all these different things? Whatever. There were a bunch of orgs that really took care of the players and really committed to the league. And then there were a bunch of orgs that really couldn't have cared less. There were orgs that Misfits was like, I'm only going to take players from North America for, I can't remember what the reason was. Maybe it's because they were North American. There were a bunch of, like SK was great to the league end of the players. Liquid was great to the league of the players. Queso was the same way. I don't remember any issues with Fnatic. I think they were good. Tribe was also phenomenal. But there were a bunch of orgs that just like were dead space. And that's why you also saw the league went from 5 regions down to 2 after the first, went from 5 to 3 and then from 3 to 2, right? Because they were just consolidating and going, hey, 100 Thieves was amazing. 100 Thieves took care of their guys a bit, but also like 100 Thieves didn't care about success. Like, there was no... whatever. 100 Thieves was its own thing. Interesting how the orgs that treated their players well won more. Yeah. And there were... Here's the thing is, there were legitimate orgs. Energy was... I've heard mixed about Energy. That's a good... I forgot about Energy. These were legit... Like, Dignitas and Misfits are like big tier 1 orgs, right? Pain was like a top org in Brazil. But just because they're big doesn't mean that they cared about CRL, right? Like, so in any event, we would have continued with teams if 2020 didn't happen. I think we would still be in CRL teams to this day if it weren't for 2020 and COVID and all that stuff. TSM putting players in a mansion with no beds. Well, TSM had its own crazy stuff too. Do I know when Clash Mania will go global? I don't know if it will go global. Trying to think of other than Mo and Samuel, of course, famously met during the 6th month of CRL, where Mo got his only 2nd place in a monthly final of 2023. After losing twice to Samuel, got his revenge at Worlds, Mohamed Light knocking Samuel Bassotto out in the lower bracket round 2. And people are asking, like, if the teams come back, the orgs sign something. That they did. They all had. There were a bunch of agreements and stuff like that. Some orgs just gave more effort than others. This is going to be interesting for Mo playing Loon here, because he's against Minions, Little Prince, Gang, Skelly Dragons, and Mortar to hold. I don't know where he gets... Trying to get Loon damage here is going to be really hard. He does have arrows plus Snowball, but even then, trying to get Loon damage here is going to be very, very difficult for him. Going to have to really rely on some good Monk play. Monk Loon really struggles versus Mortar as well. Yeah, you got to get a perfect moment for this deck to actually make it happen. When did Mo first appear at the competitive level? Mohamed Light played on Kick's team in CRL East in 2020's fall season. So in 2020 he was 16, 17 and 21, 18 and 22. So I believe that Mohamed is 19. And just trying to hold. And Sam, you can see Sam can kind of like just hit with impunity here because he has so many responses. Right? That's the thing about this matchup is there's never a place where Mo doesn't have, where Sam doesn't have a response. Like, hey, you take out my minions? Well, then I put my mortar and I pull. Oh, you take out the mortar? Well, I can throw gang and get some spears on it. Hey, you take those out? My Skelly Dragons are already out and I'm back to minions again. Game 1 for Samwell. A lot of classic stuff. Log available for both. Poison available for both. Miner out for both. I expect some hog, and there we go. I was about to say, I expect hog, and they both hog up. Could have had him for the first no-tilt league event if he was 16 1 week earlier. Yeah. That would have been crazy. Oh, interesting. Mo switching because he was on his own. He played earlier, had the elixir to do it. Shawarma, love it. I was going to order it last night, but I didn't trust the place I was going to order from, so I ordered Chinese instead. Oh, does he want to be an astronaut because he's wearing an astronaut shirt? Got it, got it, got it. Now I see it. Now I see it. Thank you, Rudy. I didn't realize that Mo's shirts had astronaut. I wasn't even looking at him. Mo was in golden chair yesterday, back to the racing chair today. Interesting. How did Mo perform in 2020? He didn't get tons of opportunities in 2020. If I remember correctly, he didn't actually play that much. Let me go back to Teams 2020 in CRL East Fall. What the heck was that? Why did that go there? That's weird. Why did it do that? What the heck? Hold on, folks. Sorry, something weird happened there. Let me go and find that. CRL East Fall Season. Can I increase the game sound a little bit? Is the game sound low? I can bring it up a smidge. Kicks didn't do very well, and he did not get to play very often. Let's see. Oh, so in 1v1 / King of the Hill, Mo had a 62% win rate, 21 wins, 13 losses. So that's actually pretty solid for a rookie season. He was tied for fourth overall in win rate behind Elsiop, Mugi, and Yakatori. He and Yuya had a 57% win rate and 2v2, 8 and 6. So a solid season. And I do not know who the analyst of each team is right now. Oh, that's going to be a good hog here. That's going to be 3, I think. Maybe 4? Is there a 4th here? Oh, just barely gets it out on 3, but Mo now way ahead here as we go into sudden death overtime. Two hogs, log to clear. Ice Spirit should hold goblins and one shot in, but phenomenal defense from Mohamed Light. But essentially down elixir because Sam's not going to even worry about any of this. So even though he had some on the board, you see Sam just not even worried at all about that chip damage here. Rich, where do you see those stats from 2020? On Liquipedia. I don't think skeletons stop. Oh, no, they do. They do. Okay. Two firecrackers down, but the mighty miner of Mohamed Light distracts the second one, which will be enough to stop the hog shot. Skelly's log come out, hog now down. Mo should have plenty, and he's at Evo Firecracker right now, which is very big. You see the Firecracker get taken. Ice Spirit, not necessary. And now Evo Firecracker for both, but Sam's is going to get taken off. And Mo's doing a good job of just not letting, of course, not letting Hogs connect, but also now protecting this league by making spells be played on the right-hand side. See these logs keep coming out on the right-hand side? Just there's no opportunity for Sam to get in any meaningful offensive position. Tesla comes out high to the inside rather than to the middle. And that's going to be GG, well played. All tied up, 1-1. Let's go. Pretty sure and he says pretty sure it's Jose VTS for Tribe, who's been with Tribe for a very long time, since the Teams era, since 2020 Teams. Was he with Tribe in? He was a Fnatic before he was with Tribe, if I remember correctly. And then for CALALAS, Jebas and Tight for Cal PUIGINS, and Manuel Jatar for Shot CALALAS. This should be Manuel's last tournament with them, though, isn't it? I believe I saw that he posted he's not going to be with Shot CALALAS anymore. I thought I saw him post that on Twitter. Fnatic, then CHIVAS, since Sully's been with Tribe. Got it. Samuel Bassotto initially on Fnatic in his CRL career. Then moved to join what was a powerful space station team with AC, RF, Lapacati, and Samwell. And one that really should have been contending for a world championship in 2020 had they not overlooked Pain Gaming and gotten embarrassingly eliminated during the CRL West playoffs in fall of 2020. Samwell sets up in the back. Interesting that we've gone so mirrory in this one, right? We thought two different minor, obviously two very different minor decks in game number one, but then similar Hog look, now very similar Electro Giant looks. Pain's coach Daniel won Super League Orange and then Orange Crown League in 2020, and then a great season at Pain as a coach. I did enjoy covering. I used to do a Clash Royale esports news show on my YouTube channel back in 2020, where I kind of covered the overall esports scene, and I did enjoy covering OCL and SLO. Oh, man. Evo Knight just getting murked by these Evo Archers. And there's just no... Modus has to defend. He would have loved to lightning those off with the tower, but you're getting a -3 trade in a situation where you have to defend. These Evo Archers getting such an insane amount of value for Samuel. Still, lead holding for Mohamed Light so far. 28-38 to 26-36 as we transition into sudden death overtime. Feels like Evo Archers could be the difference. And just a funky pressure Knight. And the Barb Barrel misses it. The Barb Barrel does not pull the Knight. And now Samuel has spent Barb Barrel plus Archers into that right-hand lane. Now Baby Dragon Bowler does get controlled by the NATO. But Mohamed Light with a slight elixir lead here. He might just take that shot. No, he goes Tombstone just to make sure that Baby Dragon goes down. Evo Knight at the bridge. As Samuel goes behind King Tower, Mo gets aggressive right at the bridge here. Is he going to go for a funky NATO to get that Evo Knight on tower? I thought he might. Decides against it. Takes the Evo Archers off the board and damages the Electro Giant going the opposite direction. 54 seconds left. Does this come down to Lightning Cycle in the end? Lead now goes to Samuel for just a little bit. I really thought that we were going to see a funky Evo Knight play out of Mo there to kind of steal the game and get, 600, 800, 1,000 damage on that left-hand lane. Didn't happen. Now the lightning cycle goes in for both players. Baby Dragon to the right here, and Baby Dragon not being covered, Knight has to come down. 2261 to 2204. Mohamed Light does have the temporary advantage for this spell cycle situation. Lightning opposite direction. Mo cannot give up an archer shot, and he does not. NATO down. Mo should have the lightning here. Does Mo play the lightning here? Does he not have the light? Could he not get back to lightning? How far out was his lightning there? I thought Mohamed was ahead. I need to go ahead and take that back. Let's go back and look at the replay because I really thought that Mo had that there. I am honestly a little flummoxed right now. Let's go ahead and bring up a replay. Let's go back and take a look at that. I really thought that Mo, it says no elixir. But I thought that he was. Let's go take a look. So here we go. 22 seconds left. NATO in. So Mo, 17 seconds left, plays his lightning, gets the damage. 16 seconds left. Let me go back here for a second. I just want to see what I also want to read cycle here. So Baby Dragon first. So now lightning. So now Mo has to get cycle back around to get there. Lightning comes in, 13 seconds left, and it's just a little bit too heavy, right? So he plays bowler. Oh, was that a cycle issue? You see Mo right there. You see Mo right there knows. The moment he plays that, watch this. He's going to play this bowler, and he knows. He knows he can't get back around already. Wow. Wow. NATOs won't be enough. Bar barrel. Maybe if he didn't have the knight because he played the bowler to cover instead. What was his cycle like where he played the bowler to cover? Maybe he should have NATO'd the archer. And then that NATO clears 3-2. And is that enough time? Is that not enough time? Could he have been hovering? Could he have been hovering? What's the deploy time on lightning? I think he wanted to play knight, not bowler. Or maybe tombstone. Yeah, I don't know. But that 5 elixir instead of 3. No, it's a 2-second deploy time. Man. Wild. Tribe Gaming gets it back. Whoo! Well, I don't know the total number of matches they played this year in all of CRL, but you had Sam take 2 in the 6 monthly final. You had Mo eliminate Sam during Worlds, and now Sam takes the lead here. He had to put Tombstone. Mo's mistake, perhaps. Yeah, Mo's mistake, perhaps, is the right way to say it. Samuel's very good against Mo Light. Samuel's is very good in general. Why is this? Come on, fan. Do the thing you're supposed to do. There we go. There we go. Read Harry Potter in between games. Yeah, for sure. For sure. And everybody who's here, by the way, thank you so much for being here. If you haven't yet, subscribe to the channel. We've been doing Clash Royale esports on this channel now since 2020, and we're going to keep on doing more for quite a long time. So please subscribe, come back. There's cool events like this one. There's special BO5 feature videos. I do videos breaking down I get pros to come on and do the 5 top tips for how to master certain decks. We do a lot of Mega Draft stuff here. So a lot of Clash Royale esports and competitive related content all here on this channel. And an easy way to find it is to subscribe and come back. Let's see. Do you look on stream on accounts like before a couple of streams? I don't know what that means, Comey. But thanks for saying one of the best English casters, no joke. Let's see. When does the next game start? Looks like right now. Let's go. Deploy time is 2 seconds. Yeah, he needed to play the Tombstone or the Knight there. The Bowler was not it. And the moment he played it, he knew that was over, which is crazy.
King over here.
Are the cameras delayed? I think they're pretty close, because right when he played that, Mo had that reaction. Here we go. Mugi. A lot of people certainly excited to see him.
Real numbskulls.
You looked on accounts to say how good the person is and what they can do, like GC or something. Can you remember? What about that? RG in. Good timing of going to 0 here by Mugi. Just recognizing that counters weren't there. Macro, baby. Ali is going to be real careful with that mini P.E.K.K.A going forward. You're going to see when the Royal Giant comes down, I think Ali's going to cycle Little Prince into RGs, although right now he's not being careful. Never mind. Ali just trying to go hard on the right-hand lane here. I think that was an interesting choice. Fireball goes to the Elite, to the Evo Archer. RG goes and gets a bunch of damage. Maybe this matchup is just really bad for Ali, but it also seems like he's just trying to YOLO it. Maybe, and that's what he has to do. He does have 3 troops and 2 spells that are all reflectable by the monk. And there he goes. Now he gets enough DPS to actually kill a Royal Giant. We saw this Giant Graveyard a lot yesterday. I have not seen it as much today. We've seen a lot more Splash Yard today than Giant Graveyard. And this time, Graveyard finally gets a lot of damage. And now you see Little Prince for the knockback. This is the defense I was talking about for Ali. Little Prince for the knockback. Mini P.E.K.K.A, but he still gives up 1 here. And now Mugi just has to defend a little bit. That's an interesting Giant play. It doesn't quite pull enough away from the Tombstone to stop the Tombstone from going down. And this Graveyard's going to be legit. Oh, but the King Tower activation. Does it matter, though? Does it matter, though? King Tower activation gets in a little bit late. And, oh, it's the Monk on the right-hand side. Ali went for the full sellout. Almost got it. Almost got it. But not quite able. Let's go ahead and check out the final moments from that one. Almost, but not quite there. Here we go. So Giant comes in. You're going to see the Fish Boy pulled all the way to the opposite side here. But boom, Tombstone gets taken out anyway. So now look at the bottom left-hand side of the screen where you're going to see the Little Prince mini P.E.K.K.A play. Come on in. Barbarrel and Phoenix to kill the Little Prince, but the Guardian comes out. Now these arrows from xAlee are a little unfortunate because they activate King Tower as well. I don't know if King Tower got involved enough to really be the deciding factor here. But xAlee's trying to just win the foot race because he has all that elixir, 2014 on the right-hand side, to give away. Snowball comes in, and let's see, 1, 2, 3, 3 skellies killed by the king. That might have been enough. That might have been enough, those 3 skellies, to take the win. So just a little misplay there. We'll never know if they would have, but that's it. What a game, what a game.
What up? Future king over here. Real numbskulls.
So maybe a full-on mirror match between Airsurfer and Mugi here. Where did I have that? Yeah, here we go. Airsurfer and Mugi did meet at World Finals. In the upper bracket semis, Mugi took the win 2-0, knocking Airsurfer into the lower bracket where he beat Adriel and then lost to Pandora to finish 4th overall. And no wall breakers for Airsurfer here, as he's going with the delivery poison cycle rather than the wall breakers version. Airsurfer is always just chilling.
Excuse me, don't you know who I am?
Airsurfer finishing 4th at Worlds this year feels just about right. If that makes any sense. I didn't think that Airsurfer was going to win World Finals. I did say I thought he was underrated and had a really good chance of finishing top 6. And Airsurfer finishing 4th seems right about what I think is a good piece of his legacy.
Doing it for the fam.
And that's going to be good log value there for Airsurfer. He does have Knight on the board. He's going to have to respond to these. Airsurfer mostly, he's not trying to catch miners really at all. And that's because of the wall breakers, right? He's having to spend goblins on the wall breakers a lot. And there he goes. Poison this time. Well constructed by Mugi. 90 seconds and 4 remaining. Lead for Mugi. Over 300 HP, almost 400. Airsurfer wants to poison this, and he does. Good poison. Inferno Tower going to get its value here, though. And you see Airsurfer didn't go to the front. Mugi knew that was going to be a back play. That's a good log for these recruits. I mean, for these wall breakers. Forces the bomb tower out. And now Airsurfer's in real trouble. Gets the guesses wrong on the miner play. And Mugi should have this one pretty well locked down. Minor catch for Airsurfer, not one for Mugi here. 30 seconds left. Mugi's ability to just cycle poisons and minors right now is going to be tremendous. That catch does give Airsurfer a tiny breath of hope, but the poison should be in fast enough. And there you go. Minor down. Knight gets the catch, but the poison of Mugi just barely gets in first. 28 HP, and Airsurfer goes right back to sleep. What a finish there. Airsurfer made that very, very close. And I'm going to go ahead and give you that last little bit again. Couple catches from Airsurfer turned that into a game at the end. Let's go take a look. So this shouldn't be a game at this point. 28 seconds left. Mugi is way ahead on damage. But Airsurfer does a great job getting himself a chance, right? So this is actually really interesting here, where you see the goblins come out, but they come out for nothing. Mugi's thinking that he like played goblins to a minor that wasn't there. And that kind of opens up this big moment. So you see the goblins catch here. Now minor comes out. Goblins aren't available. Little Prince goes high. Minor goes to the back, and there's no catch for the minor. Right? So now this minor can do some work. If this Little Prince of Airsurfer stays on the board just a little bit longer, he's able to maybe cycle back a little bit faster. But it just doesn't quite do it. He can't log. He does a great job catching. Right? Catches here, and that poison ticking, but now Mugi gets the 4, and Airsurfer's 1 tick away. 1 tick away! Can Samuel stop the King of the Hill sweep from Mugi? The last log defending the minor. Yep. If Airsurfer didn't use law to defend the minor, he would have won. I think the minor would have gotten hit. Yeah, I think you're right. Retrospect, folks. Oh, what a log from Mugi. Mortar comes back out. Does Mortar get a shot? And it does. Does Hog get a hit? And it doesn't. Even almost precisely on Elixir. Slight advantage to the world champion. You talk about the history of these two players. Don't forget, if you go back to our previous world final, Samuel Bassotto made a very deep run in that Worlds, beating Dominic, Lucas, Sandbox, and then losing to Morton, where it was Mugi and Sam both who got knocked out by Mohamed Light in that competition. Ahmed asking why no one uses Mirror, because Mirror is very bad. That's the easiest explanation. Sam's been very good with Mortar this year. (22, 26, 19, 91). Mugi ahead. And Firecracker goes to the Goblins instead of to the Mortar, and that's devastating for Samwell. Now Goblins to the right-hand side. He does get his damage, though, too. Lead just around 180. Being chipped away right now by that minor chip. And this reflection is going to be real annoying for Samuel, as that hog's going to slide right on by and force out a ton of expenditure. But Sam will end up being in the lead after all of that, as the EQ might have been a bit much. Not the damage lead, but the elixir lead, I mean. Hog should go to the left-hand side. Does it take advantage of the Evo Firecracker? No, he doesn't. Minions do not get taken off. Evo Firecracker. Oh, but the hog shot to the left-hand lane. 1568, 1166, triple elixir flowing. Can Samuel catch up here? Not confident enough. Oh, there you go. Minor poison early. And that's going to be enough to get very, very close. In fact, take the lead. Oh, and look at this back and forth play here. Both guys going with the Ice Spirit at the bridge. Minor, Goblins, Ice Spirit. 150 between the two, 20 seconds left. Mugi not really catching minors. Goblins are the Goblins and Ice Spirit. That's it. And suddenly, just like that, look at the lead. Hog does not connect. Hog needs to break on through. EQ down. Can it happen? And it does happen. And it does happen. Mugi with the King of the Hill sweep. It looked like it was going to be Samuel taking it. But Mugi is able to break on through. Let's go ahead and I have the final moments. Let me cue those up. And here we go. So this exchange here takes the lead back. I'm gonna leave this. I'll come back to that for a second. Just give you guys a quick look at the bracket. Shot CALALAS currently in the grand final, awaiting the winner of this. PUIGINS. CALALAS PUIGINS now with the chance to go through to our grand final after being ahead of Tribe Gaming 2-1. They will need one more win. All right, let's go back to our replay here. So here we go. You can see right now the lead is pretty significant for Mugi. But this minor poison, you see, comes in, gets some good damage. Still behind. 25 seconds left. Lead for Mugi is not insane. Now watch this play. Minor's going to come in. The minion's high. They'll pre-log because the minor's being played kind of high. Gets a lot of the goblins, and watch this minion go through and get some real significant damage. And suddenly, with 13 seconds left, Sam's way ahead. Sam is now ahead by 250 HP. This hog is going to get stopped. Evo Firecracker misses. So at this point, you got to think this is game over. Sam has 4 elixir. The EQ, he's trying to late EQ. He's trying to late mortar. But honestly, I think he should have just, I don't know if that's really the move. And it's because of the Evo Firecracker still being alive high. So he goes log. And then he's going to be, see look at his face already. Already look at his face, he knows. Because he knows the Evo mortar. And that might have been that the camera, that there was a slight delay there. Either way, that Evo Firecracker staying alive, really rough for Samuel. Mortar was 1 card off, log had to be cycled first. Was Mortar still 1 card off there? That might have been it. It's insane how good both teams play. Yeah, they're great at this. We need an Ice Golem Evo that freezes the whole phone when dead. That's funny. No bans for this Koth. Oh, yeah, let me go ahead and ask. No, I guess they didn't. They just didn't put the bans on. Here we go. Let's run it back. Samuel and Mo again in the 1v1 duel mode. There was a split-second delay after that log. Very true. Sam not loving something there. I don't know what you're saying. Mugi clearly double cycled the hog there. Was pressuring hard in the left lane. Yeah. What do you mean? What does Mo have for Loon? Probably playing Bomb Tower. Ooh, I think this is a bad matchup for Mohamed. If he's playing Tesla, it's bad against the recruits. If he's playing Bomb Tower, it's bad against the Loon. Either way. Smurf plays, I think Sam knows is against Bomb Tower Poison with recruits. Yeah, but we've seen the Loon do well against this. Game sound is still very low, really? All right, let me bump the game sound again. I don't think Mugi is discrediting Mugi. No, I'm not. Mugi put the pressure on. Did a great job.
Doing it for the fam.
Smurflade saying, I guess we'll find out. Yeah, we've seen it. We've seen this go to Loon a lot today. And just with the minor player being caught in this exact situation, and it is the double rage. It is the Lumberjack plus rage combo that we saw earlier. And with just Little Prince, Poison, and Bomb Tower to stop Loons, Mo has to make no mistakes. Fascinating the Bomb Tower is better. Well, certainly against the recruits, for sure. And this is going to be devastating. Samuel getting beat up right now. Getting truly beat up. Comey saying, in my opinion, not a bad matchup for Mo Light. Yeah, and it might also just be the matchups are different based on the players.
What up? Future king over here.
Sam doesn't have enough elixir to capitalize on these Bomb Towers being funky. And it lets Mo play a nice cycle game where he can easily go back to another Bomb Tower. And now Sam's getting negative elixir trades against those wall breakers over and over again. I don't think we saw Muskie in the other version. I think that's one big difference. Watch Mohamed do everything to get back to Bomb Tower here fairly quickly. Loon in. Bomb Tower high. Little Prince not on the Loon right now. Is there a rage drop? There is. There is a rage drop. Poison has to come down defensively. That's going to be one big shot, though. 30 seconds left, and now Sam back to it. Lumberjack in. Loon behind. Fishboy to pull. Little Prince on the Skelly Dragon. No, Little Prince does turn to the Balloon, and Balloon can't get there. 16 seconds left. Now it's the Evo recruits. Same Little Prince, and that's huge for Mohamed. That locks it down. There is not enough time here. And that early damage from Mohamed, the big difference. GG, well played. Game number 1 for the Pharaoh. And that's the big question, right? If you play that matchup perfectly, you got it. Sam not happy. Sam does have Hog available, does have Minor Poison available, does have RG available, but no Fishboy, so probably no Royal Giant. Sam didn't have Snowballs as Hassan, and that's a big challenge.
Gold
And low-budget animation saying Snowball would have been better. Probably saving it for Hog, though. I think you're right. Looking like Electro Giant or maybe RG now for Mohamed. There you go. Once the Fish Boy came out.
Doing it for the fam.
Nice little kitey wall breakers there. Assuming that there's wall breakers right into archers, yeah.
Doing it for the fam.
I think that Mo is probably running Monk. People have not been running Skelly King that much. There you go. It is Monk. And nice late play on the Monk ability from Mohamed Light. And now he has Evo Archers to one direction. Phoenix going to go behind the RG to the other direction. Fisherman to pull the Evolved Knight, which is great for him. I don't think Mo plays the Fireball here because of the Little Prince, assuming he is running Fireball. Instead, he opts to stack back up again. Samwell with a nice lead here, 21-43 to 25-64 as we approach sudden death overtime. And he has Mo switching lanes now. Monk, no Monk reflection, and forces out the miner defensively instead. Good Knight by Samwell to protect the Little Prince. Now Fireball finally comes out. Little Prince plus a Fireball plus Barb Barrel doesn't get all the goblins, but now does make the game much closer. 23-57. I think Mo's going to ignore this miner mostly. Cannot ignore these wall breakers though, so the Evo Archers come out high. Wall breakers have to get picked up by a Tombstone, as the Evo Archer's not quite able to do it. Now you have to poison, yeah, I have to spend so much here. Does the Monk get a reflection off? Does Mo choose to use it? Deciding not to wouldn't be that much damage value for what he's experiencing. Triple Elixir about to happen. Samuel in a great spot. Can certainly defend stalwartly while getting a lot of miners and poisons down. Ooh, that wall breaker could have been scary. Fisherman working on goblins right now, not on the Little Prince. Reflection does finally get it off. Fireball into the bomb tower. Fisherman still alive, so back to another Royal Giant is Mohamed Light. 21-58, 16-84, 30 seconds left. Mo is just not able to break through with Royal Giants. But back again. Evo Archers still alive on both sides. Little Prince not going to be a concern anymore. And that bomb tower is about to get absolutely shredded. Damage is there, though, as the Barb Barrel not available for the Goblins. And Mohamed Light cannot break through. Monk trying to reflect, not going to be enough. Samwell plays that smart, gets the lead, and then locks down the defense. We're going to game 3. Hog Snowball from both, maybe? Or does someone get gross and go Goblin Giant Sparky? Or Goblin Giant? Samuel already used Rage. Does Mo go gross here? And that's the Tesla we didn't see in game 1. And looks like hog both ways. Interesting. Guards versus skeletons here. And the snowball puts the hog closer. Samuel, you saw, not happy there. Lead goes to Mohamed Light with the first hog shot. Guards can be good against snowball, says Comey. I think we might see Mo switch lanes here just to avoid the fight. He just saw them before. Decides to take that fight there at the bridge. Ice Spirit from both guys trying to win it. And those are important Tesla shots absorbed. Not going to be enough to get the hog through, but it does mean the Firecracker stays completely healthy and is going to require a response. Sam decides to go hard the opposite direction. Snowball plus guards trying to hold against the hog, and they do. Evo Firecracker will get some significant damage, though. And now Evo Firecracker behind the Mighty Miner. King Tower activation for Mohamed Light as he distracts very nicely. But the hog cycle is back in. Tesla high. Tesla holds. Evo Firecracker for Mo now. Going to have a chance for a counter push. Should see a hog here in front of it, and we do. 38 seconds left. Ice Spirit to try to help as well. And this is going to mostly keep the Evo Firecracker alive. Earthquake there. Does the Evo Firecracker get a shot off? And it does not, as the snowball did not come out to slow down the shots of the Princess Tower. 22 seconds left. Mohamed Light does have the lead, a little over 200 HP, as, man, that Ice Spirit does catch the hog despite the Firecracker getting its shot off. And now it's Sam cycling hog in the back behind the Mighty Miner, which is going to blow up those shields with the Firecracker combination to break the hog through. Sam might go second hog here. Is he back around? And yes, he is. And that protects the Firecracker. Very nicely played. Snowball, though, on defense. This is a battle of titans, folks. These two guys playing top tier Clash Royale right now. Who blinks first? EQ does not get the Tesla. Is that the blink? Probably not, because they're fine elixir-wise. Sudden death overtime. At the moment, 232 HP lead for Mohamed Light as he goes hog one more time. Ice Spirit this time with the snowball out for the skeletons. Snowball opposite direction. Mo's going to get one. I don't think he gets two. Just barely doesn't, but the lead still actually closer. About 132 now. The lead for Mohamed Light as the guards get some damage left-hand side. Sam again cycles in the back on this left-hand lane. Minute 11 remaining. Firecracker evolved, going to get so much value here on the Tesla and on that Firecracker. Ice Spirit to prevent the Mighty Miner damage. Doesn't matter. Look at the damage done on the left-hand lane. Sam is way ahead now. 55 seconds, guards in front. And this comes down to, while the guards might be better against Snowball, the guards slow this cycle down dramatically, and Sam is taking full advantage of that thus far. 44 seconds left, and he has taken a huge lead. Hog down to the left-hand lane. Tesla will pull for a second, down to a second Tesla now. 35 seconds left. Earthquake working. King Tower activation helping here. Firecracker does not shoot. Mo has to double hog here and try to find a way to break through. Guards to try to hold on the Mighty Miner. Not going to do it. Snowball in. First hog down. Can Mo get a third hog down here as his Mighty Miner is still alive? Evo Firecracker to the right-hand side. Sam trying to hold. Third hog down here. Not going to break through these Teslas, though. EQ down, and that's not going to be enough. Snowball for the predict, but the snowball the opposite direction means that Samuel Bassotto is going to take this again and send us to the fifth and final. What a game, folks. What a game. Woo! Let's go. That's kind of why I like casting cycle games, I think, because you get to do that. That's fun. Skeletons outcycle guards there, for sure. Killing the first hog as fast as possible for second hog got down. Very nice. 2 match points denied. Indeed. The hit and the Mighty Miner Bomb were huge. That was super fun. Samuel in his element. That's great. Where are Wallace and Ian? They're in there. I haven't seen either of them today, though. New sub right here. Thanks, Mohamed. Appreciate it. Do I think Expo can return to the meta? I hope not. Outpicked. Yeah, it's hard. Again, it's part of the flaw of the pre-submitted decks. It's really hard to do anything with these pre-submitted decks. Duels should always be normal duels, not in-game duels, in my opinion. Except for when you're trying to filter lots of people, like the Swiss bracket stage of CRL. Evo recruits very strong. What's that about? Samuel Bassotto carrying hard. Yeah, I mean Samuel's the only one keeping his team in it right now. Dan, these are the top tier sweats in the world. This is dope. Thank you. What is Cal? Cal is Calalas. These are both the same organization. Sam and Mugi gone wild. Yeah, for sure. Sam had some good some EQs on defense to slow down. Sure. Let's see. That game was intense. Yes. I want to say the obelisk, Rich. It is just outside of frame. Right over there. This match is going to be my most amazing game of Clash Royale. That was great. That was really fun. Can I give Supercell feedback for esports? Sure. I give them feedback all the time. Let's see. Where is Morton? SK Gaming didn't make it this far. Is it the last day? Yes, this is the final day, folks. This is it. And for those of you who are just joining, it's not the final day of esports on this channel. We've been doing this for 3 years now on this channel. 4 years. 2020, 21, 22, 24 years of Clash Royale esports on this channel. And we're going to keep on doing it. So please, subscribe to the channel. Come on back. And of course, if you are going to get something inside of the Supercell shop, I don't plug it enough. Someone told me that the other day. Go ahead. Use code RICH in the Supercell shop, whether you're playing Clash of Clans, Brawl Stars, Clash Royale, whatever. If you use code RICH, that does support me a little bit, which would be super, super nice. Loving your commentary. Thank you. Appreciate it. Where are the green glasses? I don't feel like it right now. Let's see. What did I do before casting? I've been casting for CRL since 2018. Before that, full-time stand-up comic for about a decade, alongside doing some play-by-play commentary for local mixed martial arts fights. I had a pretty successful podcast for a while, too. So, all that stuff. Pre-selected decks handicaps a player's potential. In-game duels removes most of the strategy that can change between games. Should not be the format of choice for a small bracket like this one. I agree. I fully agree. Sam is the best Brazilian player in CR again, actually. 50-50, Sam and Pedro. Here we go. Final set. King of the Hill. Let's go. And Airsurfer has changed position. Ahmed says, you talk fast, you listen slow. How about that? Airsurfer has gone serious, right? Yeah, this is the version of leaning forward for Airsurfer, going from being on your side to being on your back. It would be huge if Tribe Gaming beats PUIGINS here. Hog delivery here for Griko. Interesting choice. Whoever wins this one, I hope they lose to the upper bracket finalists so we don't have to do 2 more matches. And we only do 1. Just for the sake of my voice and my exhaustion. Wallbreaker's going to get a full connection here. Wow. Wow. Airsurfer way out in the lead. Smurfblade saying Minor Poison actually beats Hog EQ, especially when you can shut it down with this Inferno Tower. Ooh boy. Yeah, I don't like playing on my back like Airsurfer does. I want to be more. I want to sit up more than this. That's a little bit too far back. Should be, yep, Inferno Tower right back in cycle. 11:03, 22:94. Airsurfer playing brilliantly. And Hog gets nothing. Firecracker. Good poison from Airsurfer. Great poison from Airsurfer. Why roasting me, Rich? That's my standard response when someone says you talk too fast. I say you listen too slow. Been saying that since I was in high school, actually. Now that I think about it. Airsurfer putting PUIGINS on notice. You've been good in King of the Hill. You've been great in King of the Hill. But you better bring it, because no easy dubs today. No easy dubs. Airsurfer, game 1. Tribe. I like how all games are a full 5 minutes of recent. I used to be about X3 back in the day. This is what the meta is, right? When you're playing a cycle meta, the games tend to go longer. And just had to defend good enough once he got that huge lead. Huge lead indeed. Try rap. What do you mean, like become a rapper? They should, let's see. Rich, how can I be as chill as this guy on the right? It's very easy. Just lie down. Also be good. There you go. Let's see. Let me go ahead and you get that. Bye. What do you think of 3M being meta? Generally don't like it. Cool hat and shades. Thank you very much. Man, I support someone right, and then they lose right after. Yeah, I feel you on that one. Good luck on your exams there, Ahmed. I'd buy a Melon Boy shirt right now if there was a Melon Boy shirt. IMO, as time went on, CR became more and more a game of inches, so games going deep in overtime became the norm. Yeah, I mean, the overall, I will say this, that despite the meta, especially in this last 6 months or so, or 4 months or so, shrinking the skill gap, or, you know, doing that, I think that the overall level of skill in the game is so much higher than it was during the Teams era. Partially because the development of players developed into the game, but also partially because Teams CRL allowed a lot of players to be professionals who weren't at the highest level. And now an individual, like, you really get to see who is the best. And so the creamers rise to the top. The difference in skill level between all these players is so minute compared to the difference of skill in the best players and the next tier was in like 2018 to 2020. Oh, that's a big graveyard push. That's a huge graveyard push. Bye-bye. And maybe no heroes today for Tribe Gaming. I'll take a look at that during the replay again. Mohamed Light comes out, blows that one up. Rich, what's the next competition you're streaming after this one? I'll probably do something on my channel related to Mega Draft. Loon gonna get some. Only gets one, though. And will Snowball get all of the Evo Skellies? It doesn't. And Mo's gonna take minor shots here. Interesting. Not out of the woods yet. And Mo's going to lose this tower. Mo's going to lose this tower, and we are going to go to a 2-tower game with a big damage lead for Mohamed Light. But suddenly, the math changes. Graveyard in. Miner trying to defend. Snowball to clear. Airsurfer will survive this graveyard, but has 2 Giants on tower plus a Guardian. Evo Skellies do come out. They don't survive the Snowball. And yeah. Evo Archer is going to ruin this balloon. And that should be game right there. That should be enough for Mo to tie a bow on game 2. Despite Airsurfer making it interesting. And there you have it. GG, well played. Mohamed Light takes out Airsurfer, game 3 on its way. Happy greetings from Indonesia. Happy casting. Thank you so much. Double Giant did its well. Airsurfer has to be on edge all the time because of sudden giant GY in the pocket. Yeah, and not a great way to do anything about it. I'm supporting Tribe Game 100 right now. Cool. Good for you. Let's see. All right. I'm not gonna call you out again. I'm not gonna put your anything on screen. Folks, my name's been Rich for my whole life. When you do the joke, hey, Rich, are you rich? Like, are you really rich? You're like a boring uncle. Do you not think... I'm going to tell you a story. I told a story on stream before, but I'll tell you a story. One time when I was in high school, there was a really cute girl making eyes at me from a distance. And I was like, oh, I should go say hi to her. So I went and talked to her. And she goes, hi, hi. And she was really looking at me. And I go over and I go, she goes, hi, I'm Bonnie. I go, hi, I'm Clyde. Just thinking like that witty response, right? That's the first like thing that comes to your head. Bonnie and Clyde, the famous bandits from the movie and everything. The look on her face when I said that, all the interest she had in me was immediately poof, gone. Because suddenly I was every dumb uncle or one of her dad's friends who made a bad joke when they met her for the first time. I went from being like a cute guy to being like her dad's friends. So when you make the rich joke, that's who you are. Just so you know, you're like a boring uncle. Here we go. Sam and Mo one more time. Can Mo finally get some revenge? And I am featuring both Twitch and YouTube. Twitch seems to be saying less things that are relevant most of the time, but... Mo redemption arc, maybe. We'll see. She had no sense of humor or taste. Rich, you lucked out. No. She was right. I learned a very important lesson that day. The super obvious joke is usually dumb to make, especially when it's about somebody's name, because I swear they have heard that joke 1,000 times, 1,000,000 times before. That obvious joke is usually death. She could not have been more right, and I learned my lesson.
What up? Future king over here.
What does the creator code do, says AK Plady? If you buy something in the in-game and use my creator code, I get a portion of that purchase. It supports how you, it's a way to support a creator. And that led to me meeting Mrs. Slate, which means bad jokes. Yeah, well, doing bad jokes against some other girl, doing a bad joke to some other girl meant that I never ended up dating her. And then yes, now I am with Mrs. Slayton, which is phenomenal. And my jokes around her are typically much better. Although now that I'm a dad jokes are abound. And Samuel Bassotto, pigs. This is our first time seeing pigs today. And pigs doing pig things. Monk reflection, but not going to reflect the Inferno Tower. $1590-2201. Bomb tower outside of the earthquake range. Survive. The Evo Skellies. The Evo Skellies are such a problem. The Evo Skellies, oh my word. They almost completely sunk Mohamed Light, and they forced him to spend a whole lot more. What is happening? Everything looks great on my end, folks. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. And today, folks, today it looks like Sam has Mo's number. And everybody, Twitch, I'm hearing there was some lag on YouTube. Everything seems fine on my end. The Twitch didn't go down. I'm not even seeing any spikes. Like, stream health looks good and no spikes on YouTube for me. So that must have been something weird on like the YouTube delivery end, because everything looks fine on my end. Sorry if there was a disruption for some of y'all. Inferno Tower was so smart from Sam. Yeah, that was huge. Wow. Let's see. Brother, why not replying to us? I do sometimes. I replied to the joke to the other thing, but I'm not giving you sunglasses. Fahim. Let's see. Sam on a good day is best play. When Sam's on, Sam's on. That's for sure. So, yeah, I guess there must have been some sort of weird thing with the YouTube delivery system. Man, those Evo Skellies were just horrible. Were just horrible. Really close games here. Got to see a great lineup of players. Why do you have so many sunglasses? I have lots of sunglasses? I didn't know. Let's see. How is Mini Rich? You mean my kids? They're both great. Double match point coming up for Tribe Gaming here. And here we go. Mugi needs to win back-to-back. There we go. Who's the biggest CR playing celebrity? Don't know what that means. What are those colorful plates behind you? I'm going to call that from now. Colorful plate golf from now on. And maybe GY both ways here? A giant GY mirror match. What will happen when giant GY faces giant GY? Oh, some big shots for Sam. So those are big shots for Sam to get right now. To be fair, it's likely that Graveyard would be the thing that wins the game here. But that's some seriously big damage for Mugi to give up. Very good Evo archers. Sam, Mugi not going to snowball. Oh, I was backwards. That was big damage for Mugi, for Sam to give up. Man, I got all twisted around because of the overlay for a second. Yes, it is Mugi way ahead, folks. Yes, I am caught up that I'm saying it backwards. I don't know why I was brain dead there for a minute. Will the Graveyard do enough here? Oh, and Sam once again in a last second we stay alive situation. Just like World Finals against Morton. And now it's Sam with a massive lead. What in the world? What in the world? Oh my! What timeline are we in? PUIGINS dominated Queso all year. The super team. And suddenly they find themselves backs against the wall. Can this giant Graveyard push do enough? A lot of damage puts it back in contention. But all it takes is one right now. Graveyard in. Giant in the pocket. Archers very far away. Skelly's stacking up. Arrows clear. .580, 1992. Graveyard in, Giant in the pocket. Dark Prince, Snowball to get the Little Prince out of the way. Arrows doing a good job. Little Prince stays alive. This should be it. No Graveyard. Not enough elixir for Graveyard out of Sam, though. Mugi's going to get the last shot. Graveyard in. Graveyard defensive in reply. Snowball down. Arrow's going to try to come out. Will not be enough. And look at that. Samuel Bassotto, MVP for Tribe Gaming. Beats Mo twice. Beats Mo twice. then goes ahead and shuts them both down, Mo and Mugi, and Shock CALALAS will only have one team in the finals. Oh my word. PUIGINS out. Tribe Gaming. Let's look at this huge moment. Mugi is miles ahead here, but a little bit behind on Elixir. Keep that in mind. Let's go back here for a second. At the end of this exchange, watch this. So here we are. You see up by about 3 is Samwell, and none of that is really a big concern. The Evo Archers behind the Little Prince, maybe. But the Guardian's already out. So Sam can easily defend that cheaply. Which now means that he has a Little Prince going the opposite direction, gets the Giant down. You see Mugi has played now his 2 best graveyard counters. His minions are out, and his archers are also out really early. Graveyard comes in. Archers are there in the Princess Tower. They are totally not in a safe spot to defend against Graveyard. And it's an easy choice to arrows them. And Samwell now knows that he's losing this tower down here to the right. He's going to go ahead and just make that choice. So that tower just gets decimated. Tower gone. And he goes, yeah, well, but look at this. Boom. Doesn't even need the arrows here on offense. I'm actually surprised he snowballed on defense there. Little Prince stays alive, and that's it. And then now the aggressive Giant in the pocket. Wow. Wow. Tribe out. What a crazy game. What a crazy game this is. I'm not Tribe out. PUIGINS out. Tribe through. PUIGINS out. Wow. I'm going to misspeak a little bit today, folks. I'm exhausted. Let's see. This some dude said Mugi losing to randoms is hilarious. Why didn't Mugi air the GY? I'm not sure. Adriel beat Samuel again. Let's see. Just looking like a wow. Samuel carrying Tribe. Mugi made a mistake not clearing the Little Prince behind the Giant first. Yes, that was troublesome for him. Let's see. What else we got here? Man. You know what? I'm going to call out this chat pretty hard on this one right now. Let's go take a look at the bracket. It's going to be Shock CALALAS versus Tribe Gaming. Let's talk about the rosters here real quick. Then I'm going to do a little call. I'm going to call the chat here for a second. Wallace, Ali, Ian, Airsurfer, Samwell for Tribe. We've only seen Ali, Airsurfer, Samwell. We have not seen Ian or Wallace today. Shock CALALAS, Ruben, Sub, Sandbox, Adriel, Pedro. We have not seen Sub. We've seen the other 4, though. Have we seen Ruben today? I don't think we've seen Ruben yet either. Where are you from, Rich? I'm from California. I live in Texas now. That was wild. Legit. Yeah, that was absolutely wild. So I see the level of turn. There were months, no, actually years, where I would get so much hate if I was doing the qualifiers and didn't have a screen dedicated to Mohamed Light's game. Literally every single person coming to chat say, when's Mo play? Where's Mo play? When's Mo play? Where's Mo play? He has like a run, a small run where everyone's saying 2 to 3 months. He won the last monthly final. And then lost 2 BO3s at World Finals, which that's pretty normal. And then was doing well in playoffs up until today. The level of hater that I see out of people is so insane. The level of hate I see out of people is so insane. And people are going to be like, oh, Mo is trash because he has this little run of not winning. Honestly, people see what they want to see. Yeah, it's just how it is. This is the most, what have you done for me lately, most like bloodthirsty group of people. Y'all are wild. Y'all are just wild. The way people treated Surgical Goblin after he won a world championship and then like wasn't as good because he wasn't putting the same time in was ridiculous. The way people lost respect for Ruben was insane. And yeah. This is nonsense. He was good in 2020, maybe the starting months of 2023. What are you talking about? You're a nonsense. This is a nonsense. He won. He participated in 6 monthly finals, won 5 of them, got second in the other. That's craziness. That's craziness. It's absolutely craziness. Why don't you all talk about how great Samuel Bassotto is rather than dumping on Mo? You know what I mean? Just talk about, yeah, Mugi washed. He lost the game. People are insane. Mo's made $1 million from Clash Royale. Yeah, he's made like in reported prize money, $750,000, and I wouldn't be surprised if it's getting close to $1 million overall from other things. But yeah, it's just like the level of maybe it's because he's been so good. Y'all are celebrating that it's like the moment where he's not on top after him being on top for like 3 years, and you're sick of Mo winning. But man, the only thing people like more than a hero win is to see them fail trying. Yup. Let's talk about how good Sam was today. Let's talk about Sam. Sam was wild. Sam was wild today. Sam was on it, and that's what should scare Shot CALALAS in this grand final. Is thinking that Sam shows he can just straight up carry. He can just straight up carry. Let's see. Let's see. Oh, I think we're actually about to jump in. Here we go. And finally making the appearance on both sides, 2 players we have not seen today, Wallace and Sub. And by the way, folks, yes, I am going to be slightly rooting for Shot CALALAS because I do not want to be here for 4 more hours. Unless Tribe goes ahead and wins a quick 8-0 for the reset. Why is it 4 more hours? Well, each one of these matches has taken an hour and a half. These matches seem to take an hour and a half to 2 hours, depending on how deep they go. And if Tribe wins, we have a bracket reset and have a full another match.
Kneel, numbskulls. Bold and bashful. For the throne. Protect the air. Swifty, swifty.
That's actually crazy. Just want to point out something about the Mo effect. Mo and Mugi. Shot CALALAS, when Shot CALALAS was still in, we peaked at over 1,000 viewers, and now we've dropped down to 700. No rest for Tribe here. Wouldn't that be another hour and 30? Well, I'm saying I'm going to be here at least another hour and a half to 2 hours right now, and if there's a bracket reset, that means another hour and a half to 2 hours on top of that. That's what I was talking about before. Inferno Tower making a comeback today. Chuck saying has jinxed myself. Please no. Not counting downtime, a single match can take maximum an hour and 45, and we've seen that hour and 45 happen, not counting downtime. So we've done 2 hours for a single match, for sure so far. What time is it in Dallas? The same time it is here in Austin. It is 20 minutes past noon. Nice little pressure play by Wallace, left-hand lane. So to explain the bracket reset thing, in a double elimination bracket, everyone, it's essentially a double elimination bracket, or in a double elim bracket, you have to lose twice to be knocked out. CALALAS has not yet lost in this bracket. They are the winner's bracket champion. Tribe has lost. So if CALALAS wins, it's all game over. But if Tribe wins, Shock still has their loss to give. Oh boy. Big connection there for Wallace. And Sub not happy with it. Isak saying Sub cannot hang with the big boys. I disagree with that. Sub had coming into today. Sub was tied for the second best win rate overall in the league, tied with Mugi. So I have to strongly disagree this idea that Sub can't hang with the big boys. I think that's a spurious argument at best. Let me go see something else here. Not only was Sub tied for second best win rate, you know, Sub also was not, if you include it was 31st on rank overall this year in CRL. He made the round robin once and made the bracket once. He certainly can hang. Amazing advantage upper bracket winner, yeah. Tribe training at stopping here. We're going all the way to bracket reset. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Well, we'll see what happens. That's what they do, right? Is they play, and then we see if one of them actually makes me cast for so much more. I really enjoy, any jokes from the comedy days? Yeah, you can just go look up Rich Slayton comedy on YouTube. You can find them. Yeah, the casting for 8 hours on your own. Casting for, like, Andrew and I have done some big, long casts in the old days. World Finals 2020, we had 2 10-hour casts back-to-back nights. What's that white? Is that white thing above your head a mini fridge or a duffel bag? Yeah, it is a bag. It is a duffel bag there. Would be hilarious if it was a mini fridge. I can take the casting from here, put me in, coach. Yeah, sure. Sounds good. Let's see. Catch up to the, I guess YouTube chat. I am all caught up. Great. This guy says, I really want to see Tribe win. Well, it would be fun for Tribe. Yeah, 2020 was just you and Andrew. Yeah, it was just me and Andrew 2020 still. And 2020 World Finals, we had to completely reverse our sleep schedule because it was being done in Shanghai. So we wouldn't even start until like 10 at night or something. And then it was a 10-hour broadcast. So we were streaming, we were like live from 10 at night until 7 in the morning because I think our call time was at 10 at night or something. It was crazy. So the two of us by ourselves, 2 nights back-to-back, these 10-hour broadcasts. After having to, like, I had to spend a week changing my sleep schedule. It was brutal. It was brutal. And, of course, yeah, that 2v2 tech pause. That's doing it with a pair. That's doing it with a team. I feel like I don't see Wallace run a ton of Mortar. I'd almost think that I would see these two decks reversed. Wallace running RG and Pedro running Mortar. And no, this is not the bracket reset yet. Please don't jinx me. Please let me live. Halfway through. Just some chippy chip. I think Minor Poison wins this. Missed a lot. Where are we in the bracket? This is the first part of the grand final. We are not into a bracket reset. We're just in the regular grand final. Oh, that's interesting. I don't think I've ever seen a Evo Royal Giant get close enough to a Little Prince to actually knock it back. Am I coming to Saudi Arabia? Not anytime soon. Pizza or pasta? Typically, actually, I generally go pasta over pizza. Despite the convenience of pizza. Splash Yard. Do you think Worlds will ever be in the Splashy? Do you think Worlds will be in the U.S.? It was in 2019. I don't think it will be again. I would be a bit surprised. More on that during the break. That Mortar is going to get a ton of value there. Pedro might still come out on top, though. Does that Mortar get one more? It does. Does it get a second? I think it will get actually one more now. And there you go, lead for Wallace. Interesting calculation there by Pedro to take all that Mortar damage to try to really double down on that Royal Giant. Good Fireball Barb Barrel, and now, yeah, Monk had to ability a little bit early there for the minions. Wallace should have this. Oh, yesterday I ate pizza because it's convenient. That's a big reflection there. That's a big reflection from the Monk. And you see Wallace doesn't like that. Wallace does not like that at all because he also knows that Midas is going to get turned into a pig here. Fishboy is not going to follow the RG side, though, for Pedro. Monk will get in range and is going to do a lot of reflecting. Does not reflect the Mortar, though, because the Mortar doesn't go anywhere near it. Now back to another RG, or back to another Mortar, and Mortar's going to get tower damage here. Oh, boy. Pedro did not want that Mortar to get tower damage, and Wallace going to go 2-0 to kick things off. Wallace comes out and says, Rich, I really, really want you to lose your voice today. Let's go. 2-0 for Wallace. I don't even know what some of these questions mean on YouTube now. Who is last up for shot CALALAS here? Wallace looking locked in today. Yeah, Wallace doing a good job. Good matchups, too. Next up for CALALAS is going to be Adriel. So it's Wallace, Airsurfer, Samuel, and then sub Pedro Adriel. So Wallace could be Adriel That would be a big king of the... What do you think? Wallace or Adriel? Does Adriel get it done against Wallace, or does Wallace finish the King of the Hill sweep? Back to the question about Worlds. Oh, yeah. Worlds is not going to come to the U.S. again, in my opinion, for a few reasons. Number one, visas for getting players to Worlds are really hard. And it's actually nearly derailed World Finals in the past, in 2019 in particular. So, yeah, the visas are probably the number one reason. Number two is cost. It's very expensive to produce an event like World Finals in the U.S. And number three is I think Supercell is really happy with the quality control and cost control that they have by doing it in Finland. My suspicion is that World Finals is in Finland again in 2024. And that's just where it is, at least for the time being. Which team has a life to give? That would be the Shot CALALAS has a life to give. If Wallace didn't already have momentum, I'd say Adriel, no question, but this will be close. PokeStats guy saying Adriel. Used to commentate MMA, right? Who do you think's the GOAT? Keeper John Jones? John Jones, for sure. Much better resume. Ooh. And that mortar gets a big connection here for Wallace. Is it going to be Helsinki again? I don't know. I don't know where Worlds is. They have not announced anything about CRL 2024, but my suspicion is it will be in Helsinki again. Keep in mind that Finland is pretty expensive too. Different expense for Finland is expensive for people to travel to, but it's not that expensive for them to produce it there by comparison. And what is happening here? Did Wallace lag all the way out? Wallace's cam is fine, but did Wallace just lag all the way out? What just happened? Maybe he's playing only on mobile data on his phone now or something? But his camera is still working. That is crazy. That's crazy. Are the bans accurate? I think so. Let me go ahead and check them. That was crazy. I'm going to go ahead and jump in the chat and see if they see anything there. Let me go ahead and switch this back over. Let's see. The bans here. The bans were Royal Recruits and Goblin Giant. Those are the correct bans. Oh, Adriel played Recruits. Adriel played Recruits. That's why. So that's over. That's GG. We're double checking that. I'm waiting for something from, like, League Ops is having a conversation somewhere, I think. But I think that it was Adriel played Recruits, and that Recruits are bans. So I think that's just a disqualify. So waiting to get that information. Do I still follow MMA? Very lightly. Huh? Adriel Evo Knight. Yeah, but he had regular recruits. Like, I'm looking at the decks right here. Let me see if I can get the camera to switch. So Adriel, you can see, had Evo Knight, but regular recruits. So I think that's what happened. We are waiting for confirmation. But that would be a ridiculous throw. Oh no, he doesn't. He doesn't. I thought he had recruits. So what's going on here? I thought the never mind. You're right. That's the delivery and the Little Prince. I thought I saw recruits there for a second. I don't know what happened. No, he didn't. I'm just trying to figure out what it is. Splashy saying they're going to replay it? I don't know what's going on. Sorry, I'm just trying to figure out what the heck's happening. I thought I saw recruits in there, and I did not. My brain broke. You know what's really funny is I feel like the Little Prince... Let me just make sure before I sound totally crazy. Hold on one second. One second, folks. I guess recruits have been banned for so long. Where is that? No recruits there. They've been banning recruits like crazy. Wallace lagged. I think Adriel lagged, then Wallace lagged. I am not even sure what's going on, folks. They're not telling us anything right now. So still waiting to hear like any sort of information here. And we're in... Can we get an explanation, please? Can we... I'm going to ask them. Yeah, no, he had Evo Knight, no recruits. You don't need to curse at me. You're timed out for that. Short timeout, but I was going to say Little Prince card art. Yeah, that's what I was saying. The Little Prince card art and recruits card art kind of confused me for a second because of the shields and stuff. And I was looking very small. Yeah, not sure what just happened. I guess it was just the... Yeah, YouTube chat is crazy. YouTube chat's wild. I'm waiting for a response. I'm assuming that it was just that Wallace lagged out. There are no rematches, as Smurflay has pointed out, there are no rematches given online for lag. No, I think it was just that Wallace lagged out. I don't know what happened there. I don't know where Adriel's camera is. One second. I think both are just bad sports. What are you even talking about? I don't even know what you're talking about. How can Airsurfer play like that? Juicy, right? I don't understand the position. I guess it's Adriel's Wi-Fi turned off, so he can't broadcast his face, but he can still play his phone and mobile data. That might be it. Wallace lagged out, but his camera was fine. Just crazy. I play 35% worse laying down like that, says Juicy J in the Twitch chat. Yeah, I feel that. He's chilling, bro. People have a lot of. You know what's my favorite thing about Clash Royale comments is people have a lot of out-of-pocket opinions that they say like they're facts. Like, he just give up. It's simple. You don't know what happened. The number of times I see people post stuff on like on CR Twitter and stuff like that, where they just like say something like it's fact and they say something that's 100% wrong. And I know the truth, but like I'm not about to talk about it. It's just wild. Is it just me, or does Airforce look like Benedict Cumberbatch? I feel that. Is this the last day of the event? Yeah, this is the grand final. And this is King of the Hill, first set. And Wallace used lags as an excuse because it's bad position. And then now there's a glitch with the Capcom. I'll tell you right now, Wallace is not using lag as an excuse for his bad position. Like, and more technical difficulties. Let me change the music so I don't get hit with it. Wallace, if someone asks about the nicest people, Wallace is like one of the most upstanding nice dudes in the game. So Wallace is not being like, oh, I lagged when he loses. It's like, what are you even on about, dude? What is happening right now? Yeah, so there was a problem with with Wallace's connection, and then now the Elgato is breaking. Let's see. Just crazy. All right, here we go. We're back into game, folks. And back into a... Wait, we missed out on that close game? Oh, boy. That's annoying to miss out on that. All right. Game 5 coming. Yes, Adriel didn't play recruits. I misspoke beforehand, folks. That's an annoying game to miss out on. Let's see. Man. All right. Well, this guy is going to get timed out just for being a jerk. 5 minutes. Put some respect on Airsurfer's name, you ding-dong. Let's see. Adriel has all the momentum now. Maybe reverse sweep. We'll see. Samuel's great, though. That's true. Well, I was talking to someone, I think it's a connection issue. Yeah, I mean, I think it's just crazy. People are like, oh, Wallace was faking a connection issue to make up for him losing. And like, hey, you don't get a rematch for that. So why are you casting aspersions on Wallace? Why are you like questioning his character? I'll tell you right now, you don't know him. I do know him. His character is sound. And coming in and being like, oh, I'm going to question his character when you've literally never met the dude is so ridiculous. Chat's been on one today. Why ban Goblin Giant? Better ban Graveyard? Game. Come on. Are you serious? I appreciate your lack of tolerance for toxicity. Yeah, I have, like, first of all, here's the thing. I like having viewers. I don't need viewers. You know what I mean? So if someone... Rich, we didn't watch last game completely. Yeah, I know, because the production had a problem. So, like, if people are toxic, I would rather have, like, a smaller viewer group of non-toxic people than have toxic people. You know what I mean? I think a rematch between the two is only fair. You can't do rematches online for lag because it's unverifiable. So, chat choosing violence today. Sheesh. Yeah, I feel you. Bro, I'm choosing violence. I'm gonna start. Bans are gonna start soon. I've already done one ban today, but happy to start swinging the hammer anytime soon. Did Ian play? We have not seen Ian. New evolution. OP. What is even happening in my Twitch chat's going wild too? Is Ice Spirit the worst of them all? Needs a buff. I don't know if it needs a big buff. I think the other Evos need some nerfs, and I don't know if Ice Spirit. I don't even know if Ice Spirit's good at all because I can't tell. Why always minor decks? Minor decks are too common. Well, especially in King of the Hill, where you can do you can do all that stuff, like where you can just repeat decks over and over again. And now we're in a big delay here. Hold on. Let me jump in the clan here. Ice Spirit will inherently be a bad Evo as long as its purpose is to kill itself. That is kind of a problem. It is kind of a weird Evo. Oh, Adriel has to restart. They're getting a timeout for Adriel to restart his PC so his camera will work. So we will see what happens. I'm confused. Is this broadcast behind real time? I'm seeing other clips on Twitter. What do you mean? We're total. This is completely live. Exciting tournament. Not gonna lie. Yeah, when it's not being delayed for technical reasons. Yes. Let's see. Log is the best spell since the inception of the game. Yeah. No, Log is hardcore. Some appreciation for Rich. Thank you, Gliz. Appreciate it. Isn't it hard doing the stream, reading comments, and wearing glasses? The wearing glasses is the hardest part for sure. Rich, what's your plan for Christmas? Well, Hanukkah just finished, and just going to enjoy the time off from my kid's school, taking him on some trips and stuff like that. My plan for Christmas is what we always do, my people do on Christmas, is get Chinese food and go see a movie. Traditional Jewish Christmas. Rich, what is your favorite card? I have a 1994 Fleer alternate version of Wolverine with a foil that I think is really, really gorgeous, and it's definitely my favorite card. Juicy saying, I want Chinese food, though, for sure. What do you think of my SB name observation? I didn't see it, but SB should only refer to SB, the British turned Aussie, and everyone else should just be their names. In your opinion, why does SK Gaming struggle on Queso Cup? Because they don't take it. They don't really care about it. They don't take it seriously. Hey, Rich, can you tell me once again who got banned and for what reason? No and no. It's none of your business. Why? Why would I even? Why? If people are toxic, there's a limit to what I will what I'll tolerate. No, what happened to Adriel's cam quality? I don't know. I am unaware what happened to his cam quality. Not well versed. Let's see. Is Cal... Yeah, PUIGINS is out. It's just shot CALALAS now, the other CALALAS team, and Tribe Gaming in this Loon Hog matchup. Oh, they lost electricity, it looks like, in Adriel's place. Crazy. Miner does get picked up by the Monk. Loon in deep. Loon's going to get some damage. Oh, the arrows don't get the Firecracker, and it doesn't matter anyway, as the Balloon still does a ton of damage. Wasn't there a guy who was like, you have no right to ban me? Yeah, that's the funniest thing ever. And it looks like Tribe's going to take game one, set number one here. Arrows in, Miner in. GG, well played. And that's set number one for Tribe Gaming. Oh boy. Samuel right of the ship, indeed. Most memorable moment for you in 2016 Clash Royale. The first time I played the game. You're the most consistent CR caster. Thanks. Happy to be able to bring you some fun stuff. Great Monk reflection to take the bomb tower fast. Indeed. Samuel's the MVP of the day for sure. Yeah, Sam's crazy right now. Sam's insane right now. What's the name of kid, Rich? Nope, I don't share my kids' names. Or my wife's name. I also don't put them in my content. Let's see. Shot Class all you win? Maybe. Not with the way Tribes keep playing today. CR Esports Twitter put the wrong @ in their tweet. Well, they tweet about me a lot. I'm not tripping. I'm not tripping. Oh yeah, they just put they actually had a misclick. Yeah, Mini Slayton, Mrs. Slayton. That's their names. But yeah, no, I just have a thing. I don't. I've talked about this before, but I'll say it one more time. I've said that a lot today. I like to separate my family life, and more importantly, do not put my kids in my content. So I think it's kind of irresponsible to. I mean, if like they make an appearance, if you post a picture with a kid every once in a while, whatever, that's different. But like straight up just having your kids be part of your content, they don't really understand like the implications of being like an eternally online human. So yeah, like I don't think kids can really actually consent to understanding what it means. Like when I see people who like I know so many child actors who went dark for, you know what I mean? So there you go. Let's see. Slayton Jr. Yeah, that's sufficient. How big of a factor do you think burnout is for players? Yes, huge. Burnout is huge. It's kind of wearing on you and you're just casting. Yeah, I mean, they get to play. They're playing like a few games. Burnout is huge. I mean, burnout's bigger on a longer stream. Let's see. Boaz saying, I like you on Twitch. I don't understand why so many low viewers Clash. The main stream is on YouTube, where we peaked at over 1,000 viewers and currently have 700 something. So, just we're on both Twitch and YouTube. Your thoughts on Ice Wizard? Underpowered right now, but are also just like bad in the meta right now. Here we go. Next set. Calm down, Rich. Chill, man. What do you mean calm down? Calm down about what? Just saying that I don't think people should, like, I think kids should not be, you know, if you hit like 10 or 12, like, I don't know. It's so weird that like everyone's a celebrity now and kids are so, there's like your whole life is so accessed. You're filmed all the time. I feel so bad for kids now where they're like, every mistake they make once they hit junior high is going to be filmed and then posted. It's just crazy. So then also when it comes to content creators, I think it's irresponsible to make your kids be part of your content. That's just my personal feeling on it. Let them decide once they're old enough to understand what that means. Most underrated player in Clash Royale, in your opinion? I mean, honestly, as of today, now it's Mo, because everyone's like jumping on him so much. Oh, is that music still playing? Why is my music still playing? That's weird. That's very strange. All right. Ice Spirit, Firecracker, and probably Bomb Tower for Loon. This is going to be very hard for Sam to defend the Loons once they get moving. I like living in a time you can do stupid stuff and not everyone know about it. Yeah, for sure. This deck from Pedro cycles fairly quickly for this because he's playing the Evo Skellies here in this Loon variant. And so that's why you're seeing Sam. Sam's going to go Hog and then get back around to Hog again. 3-card cycle is going to be OP here. So he's going to Hog again behind this. And look at that lane switch from the Mighty Miner. Boom. Log to predict the Skellies. Beautiful gameplay by Sam. And yet, after all of that, doesn't get much. Oh, late on the ability. And no bueno for Pedro. Oh boy, one Evo Skelly can be everything. Ice Spirit saves. Sam's doing everything right, and it's still giving him so little. This would be a good push for Sam, though. This might be the game. This could be a game-winning push right here, as the Hog's going to get one. No, not quite. $17.75, $17.94. Both lanes options for Sam right now. Final minute. Bomb Tower plus Phoenix. The snowball going to be less effective here. I thought for a second, but the Phoenix then gets its redirection in time. And it's Tesla, not Bomb Tower, which is absolutely massive. Tesla does change this conversation a ton, as we're seeing. No arrows with the miner. If that had been miner arrows for Pedro, it would have been game over maybe, but the problem is he has to defend against these Hogs. Reflection. Oh, EQ takes the Skellies out. Hogs get a big shot. That might have just won it for Samwell, who has played a brilliant game. Tesla will be there in more than enough time. Does the miner get enough? It will not. Game one for Samwell. Samuel Prime. Samuel boosted. Sorry if I'm worried over nothing but your voice. Yeah, my voice is a little bit raspy. We've been at this this is the 4th day of very long streams, and I'm definitely getting some. My throat's getting near the end of its line. Dane says calling it Sam final MVP for sure. Get this man some tea and honey stat. Yeah. Drink water. I have some. I took a sip of water a minute ago. Pedro going Ram Rider here. Maybe trying to go for a swerve here, as you would think, hey, you saw the Loon deck he played. How much can Evo recruits? Oh, yeah, let me ask about the bans. The bans aren't. Oh no, there's no bans. We're in duel mode. There's no bans in duel mode, folks. I think this is Ram Rider, but it'd be a weird one without Mega Knight. So it could be a weird Goblin Giant deck. Stephen Lau saying Goblin Giant Rage, not Ram. Maybe. Maybe. And Royal Giant finally comes out as we get into the final minute of regulation. And Royal Giant for a big, big connection here. Kind of distracted are the recruits. Little Prince finally gets it done with the recruits, but not before Sam just shreds that tower. But now here comes the Goblin Giant Rage push. Evo recruits as well. Little Prince behind. Fisherman does finally pull the Goblin Giant. Nesty saying, I can't understand why there's only 790 people watching one of the best tournaments this winter. Because Mo and Mugi lost. We had over 1,000 watching, and then Mo and Mugi lost, and they're like, well, I don't care about watching if it's not Mo and Mugi. Wasn't Goblin Giant a banned card? Yes, in a different game mode. This is dual mode, not King of the Hill. Bans are only active in King of the Hill. And there are new bans each time. Lucas saying they came to see Lucas. That's true. That's it. And to be fair, most people are still here. We are still with 80 viewers on Twitch and over 800 on YouTube, so we only lost a couple hundred. That's a nice little defensive sequence there out of Pedro. Goblin Giant can't get there. Our Royal Giant and the Fisherman. Wow, what a play from Sam. Is that enough for us to win that one for Samuel? I think it might be. Fireball goes other way. Slightly ahead. Is there a spell for Sam? No, there isn't. Oh my. He can't get there. And what a crazy win. 5 HP for Pedro. And we are just barely going to game number 3. Okay. That's what you wanted to see. Hog available for Pedro. Not sure where else he would go. I love when both players go for Fisherman in the middle of the rim. They go through that awkward dance. Fun finish there between these two. So, looking like Hog for Pedro. We don't see a lot of Goblin Cage. This might actually be Ram Rider. Nope, it's Loon. Okay. A second tank here in the form of the Goblin Brawler. And looks like everyone. Tesla in. Tesla is the name of the game over Bomb Tower. And it's got to be because of the balloons. It is Tesla Day here, folks. In response to Loon Day, of course. Game saying, why isn't everyone playing Golem even though Golem is the strongest card? Well, if you're not trolling, Golem is not even close to being the strongest in the meta right now. Recruits out, so Tesla is huge. Very good point, except for recruits are coming from Samuel right now. So recruits are going to be a little hard for Pedro here. Has to keep this Firecracker up and pull recruits to the middle, as you're going to see there. Tesla low. Ice Spirit to hold. Bomb Death will just get it. So you kind of see you kind of see what Pedro has to do here to defend against those recruits. But the Evo recruits are the real problem. And now Firecracker out. Knight trying to keep control of the middle. Look at this Musketeer get away. Big Musketeer shots on the left-hand side. Now Hog to kite the Skelly Drags opposite direction. Cage by itself could also have countered that with Skelly Drags. That's a done deal. Final minute and a half. Pedro's lead has diminished dramatically. Samuel wants to get recruits down to get back to Evo recruits. Pedro's doing his best to try to not let that happen time-wise. He might just go in. There you go. See, he wants to make sure that there's no time for recruits to cycle and to get back to Evo recruits. That's one of Pedro's #1 goals here right now. And he might try to get Hog here again. Yes, he does. Snowball pushes Hog the wrong way, and this should be it. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, did I caster curse here? 718, 1281. Evo recruits now available for Samuel. Notice the EQ goes to get the Musketeer, not to worry about the Cage. He wants to get that Musketeer off the board, but he can't. Has to protect the Tesla. This Musketeer is still a problem. New Tesla high, 2 Teslas down, Firecracker doing its job. You got to stop this little bit right here, and that's a very well-played game from Pedro. Very well-played game from Pedro, and Shot CALALAS takes set #2. Very, very good. Very good indeed. I think I had a replay from one of the moments there. Let me see if I actually had something that I grabbed. It's been so long now. Let's see. That replay looks like... Yeah, that must be from earlier in the match. Let's go take a look at this replay. I don't even remember what this is, but it's from earlier in the match. And, this is the 5 HP game #1. Or game #2. And you see, yeah, the fishermen get wild at the bridge here. This RG gets so much damage, but then Sam finds himself just not quite having the spells to do it. And you see the laugh. You see the laugh there. Let it go one more time. I mean, great job getting back in it from Sam. And you see this. I think this recruit, yeah, that recruit hits on the left. That recruit gets 2 huge hits. RG in, Fireball on, and it looks like Sam's got it until Fireball in, and then oopsie daisies. Oopsie doopsie. Whoopsies. That's Clash Royale for you. Pedro on fire ever since Worlds, yes. Who's the host of this competition? Well, it's the Queso Cup, sponsored by Team Queso. Pedro, the real goal. I think he meant GOAT, but also cool. What does the winner get? Well, this is a $35,000 prize pool, $15,000 for the winning team. So, the #1 team. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. So sets are all tied up. King of the Hill coming. Let me go ahead and see what the lineup is going to be here. Give me 1 second to jump in. Pedro's doing a good job after Worlds, yeah. A lot of players take a break after Worlds because the run-up is so aggressive. Let's see. Shot CALALAS will be Sandbox. Ruben. Haven't seen much Ruben. Sandbox, Ruben. Adriel, Tribe to xAlee, Airsurfer, and Samuel Bassotto. Prince and Gob Giant. Little Prince and Gob Giant will be the bands. There you go. They will always be more interesting. Hey, Rich, do you like to read books? Have you read any recently? Yeah, I read a lot. I read every night before I go to bed. I don't even know what this... I literally... I'm putting this on screen because I have no idea what this guy's saying. What are you saying? I actually don't even... This isn't even a sentence. What do you mean? What are you saying? Express yourself coherently, please. Hope OP Sam makes worlds. He deserves it so much. I like OP Sam quite a lot. Teams more interesting than solos. 50-50 on my opinion. Please put me in the video. No. Here we go. Yeah, 404 gamer, actually 404 error. Hilarious. How's the voice holding up? Michael John McCaffrey, barely. Minion Horde from Ali. Gonna take a shot here. A little Ice Spirit Kite, that was expected. Firecracker to finish. Minion will get one shot, though. Oh, notice how Sandbox's name is not the same as it used to. Interesting. And no, unfortunately, there is no portrait stream. You can open this up in your browser rather than the app, and then pinch to zoom to put just the gameplay full size. That is a method you could use if you wished. But no, there is not a portrait stream specifically. Sorry to be the bearer of bad news. Where is that? I thought I had that, but I guess not. Okay. Pretty sure Sandbox's name was like the for Mega Draft hosted. Yeah. Sandbox really has no great answer to these minion hordes. Look at this, another minion escaping. Trying to pull all the minions into the middle is really actually kind of annoying. And he has no spell answer, clearly, because he has Earthquake. So he has to Ice Spirit and then Firecracker or somehow do it with the Bomb Tower. But these minion hordes are just kind of ruining him. And then you add in that. And actually, that's a great point from Smurfblade. I'm surprised he's using the Mighty Miner so freely when he could be using those for the minion hordes. Really great point. Firecracker does not get a King Tower activation there. And Monk gonna beat that tower up too. Oh boy. Oh boy. So yeah, Mighty Miner, very aggressive. Oh, does he get pushed though? Not quite. The gang holds. Or the goblins hold, not a gang. And Bomb Tower will stop most of it, but you can't stop the reflections. That's just the natural order of things. Arrows to predict the Goblins, and that's a good game. Tribe Gaming takes game 1 in our 3rd set. In the swing set. Where can I get this overlay? Be a caster. Do you think that Mortar is underpowered for some time? I think Mortar's in a pretty good spot right now. Team competition by the SK is sad. Well, SK was in it, and they didn't perform well enough, so they're not here anymore. Let's see. All you need was skill, horde, and arrows in hand. Yeah, GG. I'm waiting for Ruben. Ruben should be coming up here pretty soon. I think Ruben's up next, actually. Let's see. Mortar and Mortar Evolution are spotting well balanced. I think so too. I think Mortar's in a good spot right now. I'm really hoping that this Goblins nerf they have set up right now gets either abandoned or changed. I think that if you're gonna nerf the Goblins, you have to nerf them in some way that only affects Goblins, does not affect Goblin Barrel and Goblin Drill. Drill's like legitimately bad right now because it's got it. There's too many counters in the game, and it's also got weakened. And then Goblin Barrel is definitely not in a great spot. Nerfing those two indirectly by nerfing Goblins would be a bad idea. Drill is super dead. Why is Bar Barrel? Bar Barrel isn't getting a nerf. Remember, these are just work in progress. Only some of those nerfs and buffs will happen. And I also think that there should not be a nerf to the Barb Barrel. And I am hoping that they don't do it. But we will see what happens. One second. There we go. Balancing the game is pretty hard because all the things you need to think about could affect other cards like Heal and 3M, Incident 2016. Yep. Why are they always dodging a P.E.K.K.A buff in every balance change? In my opinion, the card is F tier right now, or even the worst in E-turn. Because P.E.K.K.A is bad because of the meta, right? Because there's so much Swarm. It's not even really about P.E.K.K.A specifically. And then how do you buff it in a way that isn't... How do you buff it in a way that isn't broken to make it overcome the Swarm meta? I think that's really hard to do. Making them 3 instead of 4 goblins would be only if they buff them, but then what does that mean for the other goblin-based troops? Ruben looking like Electro Wizard with that mustache, that's actually super funny. And Smurfplay with a good point. Either making the, if you're nerfing goblins, making their deploy time, either making their formation tighter or making changing their deploy time. So I don't think, yeah, Smurfblade's great with P.E.K.K.A, with P.E.K.K.A bridge spam, but I don't think that you have a way of buffing P.E.K.K.A. It's just the meta, it's just there's too much Swarm. Who was the teammate of Ruben called the golden-haired golden boy from Barcelona, Spain? That would be IMJP. Oh boy, that's a lot. That's a lot. Ali calling good game here as he gets a ton of damage, and Ruben cannot stand up to it. Tribe Gaming now is set point here in set number 2. We're going to be here until the new year, folks. This is the only event you'll ever see that will be played in 2 different years, 2023 and 2024, for the same stream. My word. Will they buff Expo in the future? I don't know. People think it's so easy to balance the game with so many variables. Yes, it's hilarious. Tourist made its #1 today with P.E.K.K.A. There you go. They should make guards better. I think guards are fine. I don't know what you really do to make them better. What do I think is going to be the next Evo? I think is the one they announced today. P.E.K.K.A. buff would promote P.E.K.K.A. control decks, and P.E.K.K.A. counters like guards and other things would become bigger. Yeah. P.E.K.K.A. hold 2 blades but attacks with 1. That's interesting. Yeah, maybe the P.E.K.K.A. Maybe a P.E.K.K.A. Evo someday will include the 2nd blade. Let's see. I'm just gonna, you know what? You don't get the luxury of banning, but you do get timed out for a day, just so I don't have to deal with you today. So remember that canceled Wizard rework? Wizard need to be 4. I don't know if Wizard needs to be 4 elixir. I remember there was a thing where they talked about Wizard being 4 elixir, where they were getting kind of annoyed by too many 4-cost cards. And so that Wizard to 4, they kind of avoided that for that reason. Would you live your life differently if you could be 18 again? 3 things I would do differently if I could be 18 again. Number 1, actually 4 things I would do. Number 1, I would actually play less video games. I would spend more time doing other stuff. Yes, that led me to this job, and I think I would still have this job either way. Number 2, I probably would have done even more stand-up than I did. I really love doing stand-up, but I didn't love all the... I love doing stand-up. I love hanging out at the clubs, but I didn't love like going to the parties and doing the rest of the social life stuff, and that's so important. The networking part's so important. I would have done more of that, and I would have also started in Hollywood earlier than I did. I probably would have taken, and third thing, I would have taken better care of my body when I was younger. Those are the 3 things, because you start to get older and you start to feel like, oh, my knee hurts, my back hurts, stuff like that. If I started at 18 again, I would play less video games. I would have done better networking in my comedy career, and I would have taken better care of my body. Those are the 3 things I would do. Let's see. Tell Smurfland to say hi from the other P.E.K.K.A. bridge spammer, says Splashy. All right, here we go. Adriel looking to reverse sweep. Can he do it? I think Wizard can stay where he is personally. The only thing I would do differently with Wizard is maybe give it a drop effect. Just so that would also be consistent with the Ice Wiz and E-Wiz. And I don't think a drop effect would dramatically, it would make it better on defense. That's it, right? The most famous personality you've met? Probably Adam Sandler is the most famous. Adam Sandler, Joe Rogan, Dave Chappelle. Probably the 3 most famous, I'm thinking. Did I actually meet Leo, or I just was... I don't think I actually met Leo. Sandler was cool. If you make Wizard 4 elixir, just completely replace something else. Yeah, I don't think Wizard should be 4 elixir, but I think a drop effect would be interesting. But the Wizard is rare. The 2 are legendaries. That's also fair. Oh boy. Inferno Dragon staying alive for a long time here. And Inferno on tower. Ali calling good game. No sweep to kick things off for Ali. No sweep for Ali here. Is there any of your stand-up recorded online? Yeah, just put in Rich Slayton comedy, and you can find it. There's a like 7-8 minute chunk of my material from one of my my signature bits that I did for the last few years when I was doing stand-up regularly, called "Believe in It Less." Very proud of that material. was going to be the title of my first album, and then the album never came. I never released the album because I never got to finish editing it. And then now the recording is from 2018, so I don't think I'm going to put it out anymore. Adriel. Tremendous. Getting a bit surprising here with the Lava Loon play. I feel like stand-up comedy is scary if it's just you laughing at your own jokes. What if it's just, well, that happens sometimes. But, you know, bombing is part of the process. Losing is part of the process of getting better at most things. And with comedy, you have to be comfortable with failure. Let's see. Why is it in Spanish, not English? Because I'm not the one controlling the... Everything you see when we're on game screen is coming from the production in Spain. So that's all them. Let's see. What do you think of Andrew Tate? I'm going back to do this one because I think that he is an absolute clown. And the fact that there are young men who idolize him is one of the saddest things I've seen. Andrew Tate's a clown. He's the exact kind of person you don't want to imitate. Was Dave Chappelle cool? Yeah, he was. I met him a few times because he used to come to the Comedy Store all the time when I was working there. Let's see. What is Adriel playing? He's playing a win, tell you that much. Usually Lava's a bad deck in comp because people use decks with heavy anti-air, but sometimes you get it done. Why don't they let you in clan since your comedy can use your own game? I am in clan, but it's easier for me to just have it all tied to... Because also remember, the feed from them also has the cameras in, so all of this stuff here coming from them, I could put my own version of the game on top of it, I guess, but it, like, the sync wouldn't be right. What do you think what do you think of Andrew Guy? Love him. He's a brother. Can you tell us some facts why he's a clown? If I need to tell you, then you're not paying attention. There's literally not a single good reason for any young man to imitate or idolize Andrew Tate. I almost said Andrew Guy because that's the last thing I read. And this guy, that's why you're here streaming for 5 hours. He's a multimillionaire. Yep. Someone having lots of money is definitely a reason to think that they're a good person. You're absolutely right. No one with lots of money has ever been a bad person. I'll say that right now. Everyone who has lots of money is a completely good person. Loon Loon. You're right about Tate, but I always avoid talking about it because it always brings a huge discussion with it. Yeah, that's fair. Airsurfer, big chillin' as always. Are you a full-time Clash Royale commentator, or do you need other jobs to live as well? There have been years when the money has been good enough just to do Clash Royale commentary only. This year, I have been exclusively working on Clash Royale esports, in commentary, my YouTube channel, and then some other behind-the-scenes work supporting the CRL esports world. So I've been all CRL this year, or all CRL esports this year. And Evo recruits. And the Wizard is finally here. Wizard is back. I wonder if Adriel's listening and was like, I'll show you some Wizard. That Loon is a problem. Musketeer distracted. Snowball helps. And look at that. Fish Boy slapping that tower with a fish. Maybe my favorite thing in Clash Royale is that a fish can hit a tower made of stone and or wood and damage it. What is that fish made of? What is that fish made of? GG, well played. Game 5 coming up. Pretty good matchup for Wizard. Wizard dubs, everybody. Let's see. Aren't you hungry? Yeah, I'm starving. I actually should go get something to eat pretty soon. Maybe I'll go grab. There's one more piece of the leftover pizza remaining. Skip stand-up, right to politics, spicier roast there, right? It's a sword first, that's why. What do you mean it's a sword first? Like there's a sword and there's a fish on top of. Is there a fish? Is it a sword with a fish? Oh, that's just a fish. Lava God with a great question. Oh, that's awesome. What if Clash Royale decide to close the esports section in the next 5 years? Do you have some alternative when it will happen? That's probably the biggest question I ask myself all the time is if or more likely at some point when Clash Royale esports does at some point inevitably wind down, what do I do after that? And that's a question I'm constantly exploring. I have some things I'm looking at. But it's definitely something I have to think about. Even when the fisherman dies, his fish flops around for a bit. That's fair. That's true. Powerful fish. Angels in the Menace. Fish is super durable. I did a video a long time ago about what was the scariest cards in Clash Royale. Balloon was definitely on that list. I don't remember where I put it. Why so many loons today? I don't know why so many loons today, but it's just become kind of a major portion of the competitive meta. Can you provide Adriel YouTube channel? I don't think Adriel has a YouTube channel. I don't think he actually has one. Have I ever picked up a game hoping to get a production job out of it? Sort of. Yes, that is true. I sort of have. Mostly a lot of games I pick up because I get brand deals for them on the channel, that sort of thing. Sometimes I love the games, sometimes I don't. I don't love it. But I've definitely picked up some games for production jobs. Usually it's more like I get offered a job and I spend some time practicing the game before the actual show happens. RG. And that fisherman distracted here, but the tombstone comes down. RG finally gets pulled. Evo Archer's too close, but they will still do an okay job. Fireball comes in, gets its value, and Adriel sitting pretty, untouched. He'll take a little bit right here. Tombstones to prevent and stop the bleeding. What a nice little fireball there. It gets an archer and a mother witch. Adriel not happy about that ability here. Samwell needs to figure out what his plan is to break through here. He's been on the back foot the entire time. And that is a tremendous way. Let me make sure that my chat is turned off. That's a tremendous way to just get a straight-up ban hammer. If people in YouTube chat want to see what it takes to get banned forever, boom. That's what it takes. Bye. Don't let the ban hit you on the way out. What happened? He made a racial slur joke. Bye. No tolerance here for that. RG gonna get shot here. Adriel is so calm and composed. Yes, he is. Was super calm when I met him at Worlds. Oh, the pace right now from Adriel is unstoppable. "34 seconds left. Adriel's gonna have to fireball the Evo Archer's left lane. Goes for Bar Barrel. Monk trying to get knocked back. Tombstone will hold. Piggy almost makes it into a whole different thing. Will it stop the RG? The RG gets a shot. Oh my gosh, this game is crazy. Adriel had it until right there. 12 seconds left. Mother Witch trying to turn Archers into Piggies. Piggies won't connect. Oh my word. Samuel today. Samuel today. And Adriel cannot believe it. Adriel just simply cannot believe it. What kind of world are we living in? And let's go ahead and go right into the replay here of that finish. Adriel is so far ahead here, but he can't get to this Evo Archer, and this Piggy gets through. Monk trying to knock back, but this RG just gets one shot. Gets one critical shot, and at that point, that's it. Samuel is stone cold in these hard moments. Absolutely stone cold. Just watch Believe It Not Less. You killed it. Thank you very much. Yeah, I was a very good stand-up comic. But then I got this job the same week my older son was born. And while I was a good comic, I wasn't making a ton of money yet. So I went where the money was. Going to be another 2 hours if Samuel keeps this up. Yeah, I know. I know. I'm so tired. I'm so tired. My voice is so dead. Mother Witch was crazy important in that game. Absolutely. Tombstone to feed off the pigs and also as well. What a day. Samuel, can you play a little worse, please? So I can... Usually I'm so like, if this should have been 5 days. I don't know. Or a smaller format. I'm so afraid of this bracket. I'm so afraid of this bracket reset right now. What's my voice going to even do if we actually hit a bracket reset? What's my voice going to do? Pizza water break. Yeah, let's get a little water break here. There we go. Samuel played 3 sets. So no, I think there's no restrictions on how much someone can play. So if Tribe wins the next set, it's a reset. Yes. Yes, it is. Sam's having one of those unbeatable days. Can this do an ASMR stream? Maybe. Might have to happen. Here we go. Look at the bracket. Tribe Gaming up 2-1. Water won't help. Need tea. Yes, I do need tea. I need something. I need anything. I need anything. Please help. Please help me. Your boy's dying over here. Your boy's dying over here. Rich, don't you eat while you're streaming? Yeah, sometimes. Oh, no, never mind. Okay. You should have some co-cast. Yes, I tried to arrange it, but no one was available. Rich just commenting emotes for the last 2 hours. Yep. Cop Chops can help too. Usually I have Fisherman's Friend, Tea with Honey for sure. I get the Spectator badge in Clash Royale. Go back in time and watch World Finals and link it to your account. When is the next tournament? Next set should start any moment here. Let me look at the lineups for our duel mode. Oh, never mind. We're just into it. You know what? With this being duel mode, I'm going to let you guys, since this is duel mode, it'll go for a while. I'm going to go ahead and get myself some tea and a quick bite. I'll be right back. Enjoy. All right, folks, I'm here. I got what was in the fridge. The leftover pizza got eaten, so I'm eating some random leftover barbecue and some like cheesy breadsticks, all cold. Eating what's available, folks. Also grab some tea and honey.
Bold and bashful.
So looking like, oh, Ice Whiz. Interesting. People were asking, we have not seen much Ice Whiz today. I forgot lemon for the tea. I'll let this tea steep a little bit longer before I drink it. Question of the day from Wizard of Oz. Which is better, cheese and bread or peanut butter and chocolate? Weigh in, folks. I'm going to be a little quiet during this game so I can eat, because I am dying.
Excuse me, don't you know who I am?
People saying cheese and bread a lot to that question over chocolate and peanut butter. Fascinating. I don't know if Pedro is going to get a good opportunity here. Pedro's defensive troops can't turn into a counter push for him to actually get graveyard damage. He might have to try to do the graveyard tanks for the troops play rather than the troops for the graveyard. Baby Dragon's going to be half health or worse when it comes across the bridge. I think Sam's got this one pretty locked up. There you go. Here's a poll in the YouTube chat. Go ahead and vote. And can't even get a graveyard out. Pedro literally can't get a graveyard out. Puts one down here at the end. A for naught graveyard. Game 3 incoming. Samuel about to mess up my entire schedule for the day. Hard carry Sam. Big time in it. And now I'm going to finally have some tea for my throat. Cheese and bread winning right now in the YouTube poll, 63% to 37%. With only 84 votes, though. Tell me, how do you tell me Rage isn't too strong when it's in so many different decks? Rage is in Loon, Rage is in Goblin Giant, Rage is in Royal Giant. I think I just found some Rage in my tea. You're just a commentator. You're participating in this. Yeah, I'm only a commentator. I've never been. I'm not. I came into this game as a commentator. I've been a professional public speaker for my entire adult life. Rage in E-Golem. Rage sometimes in Ram Rider, although Lumberjack's more common. If not for Dual Half, there's probably one on Rage, though. Maybe. Rage and Sparky, which is also sort of Goblin Giant. This Evo Archer is serious on the right-hand side. Phoenix still giving death damage. And a bad rage out of Samuel. I guess the cameras might be a little bit ahead again. What's that? I don't know. Saying on Twitch, what's your advice to overcome stage fright? Do it a lot. Just do it a lot. And now, lane switch for Pedro trying to avoid the Phoenix. Fireball. Oh, boy. These rages out of Sam just ain't it. And Pedro takes a huge lead. Rage also in 3M. Who plays 3M? Smart play from Pedro. Just the slowdown here to make sure the Royal Giant can't get into rhythm. And Sam just quite emotive here. That's it. That's GG. All right. We're going to a fifth set here. We have played every possible game. 5 games in the first set, 3 in the second. 5 in the third set, 3 in the second. And it's been back and forth between these two. And now we go to King of the Hill. And either Tribe wins and we play a whole nother match, or Shot CALALAS gets it together in King of the Hill. And that's it, and they're the champion. Samuel's exhausted, played well the entire day. Yeah, Samuel does seem kind of tired. Hi, Rich. What's your name? Literally, what's on? It's right there. That's my name. That's it. That is my. It's on the. It's on the screen. That snowball was demonic. Demonic is a phenomenal descriptor here. No spells are broken in the Zap 2017 meta. Maybe fair. Maybe fair. Well, final set. Let me go ahead and get my phone. Where did I put it? Oh, it's in my pocket. My brain is falling apart. My brain is falling apart as I kind of sing along with the song. Oh, my brain does not work very well. Let's see. Lineups. Tribe, Ali. Oh, look at this. Ian, number 2 for Tribe. Ali, Ian, Samuel Bassotto against Sandbox, Adriel, Pedro. Wow. Which place Mugi's team? Mugi's team got 3rd. What's up, Rich from JTV subscriber? What's up, Owen Chang? How are you? Are a bunch of people coming from JTV? Did he stop his stream? So, Ali, Ian, Samuel, Sandbox, Adriel, Pedro, Goblin Giant, Royal Recruits, the bans. Goblin Giant and Recruits, the bans here. That will be interesting. Is there a set limit? He doesn't do it. Oh, he didn't do a stream tonight. Oh, got it. So Claus is going to win this better lineup. I think they have a better lineup here, but Ali's gotten some wins today, and Samuel's been nasty. Ian's going to be second up for Tribe Gaming. When Fire Spirit countered Goblin Barrel, it was pretty broken. Loved it, but broken. Yeah, I feel you on that one. It was super broken, and I also loved it because I hate playing against bait, but I don't think bait is strong right now. All right, cheese versus bread, cheese and bread versus chocolate and peanut butter. The poll with 192 votes. Cheese and bread wins as the better combo, 62% over to 37%. Congratulations, cheese and bread. I mean, the champion after a hard-fought campaign. Is Mo Light still in it? No, their team got 3rd place. Real-life rage spell is called Monster Energy. Yeah, for sure. Maybe four Loco is the real-life rage spell, actually. If you want to talk real. My brain is not brain anymore. Yeah, my brain is almost at the end here. Let's see. I think Sam wants to end the stream real quick. If so, thanks, Sam. Devar Gaming said, I'm new to Clash Royale. Welcome, Devar. Hope you enjoy it. Cheese always wins just like a Goblin Giant deck. Thank you, Michael John. Appreciate it. Final set coming here in a second. Here we go. King of the Hill, final set. I'm going to withhold eating any more until this set is over. I've gotten a little bit in my stomach to tide me over. So next I eat will either be during a bracket reset, if that happens, or after the stream is over. Stay tuned, folks, to see which one it ends up being. Ali going to pigs. Ali out here with these piggies.
What up? Future king over here.
Interesting.
Protect the air.
Easily cleaned up there by Sandbox, but the huge elixir advantage with the fireball out of cycle means piggies go opposite direction, and we'll get a lot of value here. And that's going to be a King Tower activation. And Ali thought he had Sandbox dead to rights, and Sandy goes and gets the King Tower activation. Glizzy, I don't work till 6 p.m. Do you work at a restaurant or a nightclub? 6 elixir spend for 6 elixir spend. And Royal Giant gets set up. Sandbox doing a good job of varying up defenses. At a pet store. You have a 6 p.m. shift at a pet store? Doing what? Putting the pets to sleep? Like to bed, I mean, not... Big hits. In both directions, 1836, 2124. I feed all the pets. I work until 10:30 tonight. Wow. Inferno Tower. RG goes opposite lane. And that RG not getting touched by that Inferno Tower. Fireball out, Tombstone for the pigs. Archer's low. And Sandbox will defend this left side pretty easily. What is, I don't know what all the, what's all the dancing happening? What's happening on Twitch? Did something happen that I missed? Every set so far has gone to the final game in this matchup, as Smurf Blades pointed out. Ali so far ahead and is happily cycling Earthquakes, sitting on this Inferno Tower. Where is Ali from? Ali is from Argentina, if I remember correctly. He's got to be back to another Inferno Tower. It doesn't matter. All the stun will stop it. And Ali takes game one, Sandbox down. Try gaming one step closer to having us run this whole thing back again. And there we go. First match out of the final set. Love your eye coolers collection. I've never heard it said that way. That's hilarious. Eye coolers. So have you done eating? No, I'm going to eat after this. After this match is over, I'm going to eat, whether we have a reset or whether we're game over. But I got enough in me to, you know, survive, which is the big goal, is to survive to see another day. Will I see another day? I don't know. Doesn't Ali main drill? I think so. Wait, did someone... Hey, C-Max with us tier 1 sub on Twitch. Thank you very much. People partying for this. There's a... Twitch is kind of going wild right now with some crazy dancing. I support you, Twitch. And thanks, C-Max, for the tier 1 sub. I appreciate that. I really do. Shape saying, not going to lie, I'd like to see Tribe winning this. Sorry, Slate, but there has to be another champ that shot CALALAS. I understand. I understand. I totally... get the feeling. I understand. I can't hate you for that feeling. Maybe going till 6 p.m. today. Do I think they should introduce evolution for everyone in friendly battle? Actually, I agree. It was one of my number one things is that friendly battles should all everything should be unlocked for friendly battles. Every Evo, every tower troop, every piece of content should be unlocked in friendly battles, which I think most of the community isn't like focused on that. I think if anything, friendly battles, having everything unlocked in friendly battles would be a good advertisement to get people to try to buy those things more. So, and it would make esports so that anyone could play without having to have spent. So I think actually it's a great idea. Shaw, saying anybody can participate. Yes, go back in time and be on one of these teams. Oh, the monk betraying Adriel and knocking the Guardian onto the tower. Oh my word, it's all coming apart at the seams. Adriel has no elixir to defend this right-hand side now. Oh my word. Mistakes beget mistakes. Tomorrow, Rich would be happy to see a different winner. Today, Rich wants it done. Yes, correct. 100%. Lizzie asking, what time did you go to bed last night? I didn't get to bed until 11-something, and then I was home alone with baby Slayton, who woke up at 1:30. I fed him. Couldn't go back to sleep until after 2:30, and then I woke up with baby Slayton at like 7:30 in the morning. Wow. Well, folks, Ali just playing Inferno Tower, and they're all running stuff that goes where Inferno Tower goes burr. They keep just running into an Inferno Tower. Well, Shot CALALAS either going to send us to a full all games played match, or we are resetting. And even then, we might still reset. Oh, I've barely slept the last few nights, and these shows have been so long. One of those laugh it off games. How to participate. I already answered your question, Shaw. You can't. Started bad. So much worse. Rich, have some food. If this is over, if when it ends, I will eat one way or the other. One way or another, I will eat when this specific game is over. Or when this match is over. Any new discs? There was someone selling used discs at the course today. I picked up some extra wizards so I can have more wizards for putting practice. What's the reason we can't? Just normal question. Because this is the grand finals of a team of a full year teams event that had teams who have been playing since the beginning of the year. So that's why. So do you want a co-commentator? Yeah, totally. Let's see. Can Pedro reverse sweep? Richard was 75% asleep on my Queso Cup stream. I was so sleepy. Yeah, I feel you. You said you're having cold barbecue? Bro, I don't have time to warm it up. I don't have time.
Protect the air.
What up? Future king over here.
So finally, Ali doesn't run Inferno Tower. Smurf Blade, I'd be the worst co-caster. Best and worst, but let's put out all the small things sounding very boring. Your job's not to be not boring, Smurf Blade. My job is to be the one who says exciting things. Then someone else says the smart things. Ali out to a lead here, playing Mortar against Pedro. Ali is just trolling everybody right now. He's going to Mortar Pedro here in this game. Pedro, what does he have? He has to have arrows. Two elixir and a quarter advantage here for Pedro. What does Mrs. Slayton think about your casting career? Loves it, except for when it dominates my whole weekends or takes me away for 10 days from and leaves her alone with the children. What did you think about stand-up all about her? My stand-up was somewhat about her, but not really. Like more about some stuff about relationships overall, but very little about her directly. The minions just barely go down, but the Evo Archer gets a little Prince off the board. A little tilt to the head there for Ali. I'm always curious, like, what goes through everyone's heads when we see little things like that. Those little moments. Clearly, there was something there. Everyone has their ticks. Oh, those arrows. Not, oh, it's the mortar stops the little prince. You saw what Pedro was hoping to do there. Suck out the poison so that the little prince wouldn't get hit by it and layer that push. He has lots of targets for that poison. And that maybe is a big reason why this graveyard deck has popped off, right? Because you have Little Prince, Evo Archers, Minions, and Graveyard all targets for the poison. And poison is so popular right now. I think this giant, nope, gets knocked back. And Pedro does not kite the troops here, so Dark Prince has to come out. That's going to be a lot of damage for the miner. Minions have to come out late. 32 seconds left. Ali with the lead and the chance for a King of the Hill sweep and a bracket reset. Graveyard in on the left-hand side. Snowball is their arrows too. Snowball plus arrows. That's going to be a lot of graveyard damage. Mortar, Giant picks it up. 15 seconds left. Evo Archers doing their thing. Dark Prince will control. And Pedro, at least for the moment, prevents the bracket reset. Well done. Oh boy. Cesar Garcia, me Cassie. He drops a trip, another trip, another. He drops another more trip. Yeah, that's some of it. You gotta try to like create more context for the thing. But that definitely, yeah. The one thing that's interesting is sometimes I'll bring a pro on, and then they start doing that, and I'm like, no, that's not your job. Let me do that. My job is to say the who and the what. Your job is to say the why and the how. Right? That's the division of responsibility in that situation. Who is next? Says Eon. You should cast with Delta. You bought the strange sunglasses. I think he started doing that because of me. I think it's like a homage to me, actually. I could be wrong though. Ian up next for Tribe. Hey, you guys want to see Ian? He's coming up next. Where are you from? I'm from California. I live in Texas. Pedro snatched that. Snatched that very well. That's what Graveyard does that. You're a great commentator, says Eon. Thank you very much. Hello, Rich, says Kasim. First time chat on Twitch. Thanks for joining. Thanks for joining, everybody. Not going to lie, it's what Juicy does, and it's not even that bad to listen to. Yeah, I mean, look, the reality is that casting is just kind of, sometimes it gives you more context and, like, breaks things down for you. Sometimes it just gives your brain that extra information, lets your brain do less work. Is there a chance for a pay-per-view event for CR or future esports events? No. No one in esports is... Dude, gamers don't want to pay for anything. They get annoyed when you have an ad on a thing that is already free. They're not going to pay pay-per-view for esports. Definitely not CR esports. Pay-per-view ain't happening. Texas greater than Cali? No. I prefer California, but Texas has its benefits. Has cool things. There's way more disc golf courses here. I love disc golf. That's awesome. Weather is better in California. California has more varied terrain. I grew up in Sacramento. I was 90 minutes from some of the best skiing in the world in Tahoe, and 90 minutes from the ocean in San Francisco and stuff like that. There are Patreon pages for esports. That's kind of pay-per-view. Yeah, but it's such a minuscule portion of the group. But I grew up in Northern California, then I lived in Southern California. I lived in Northern California until I was 18, and then I went to Santa Barbara for college, and I lived in LA after that. There's no state taxes in Texas. Sure, but the property taxes here are way higher. So the tax man cometh. The tax man will get you wherever. You're in SoCal. Cool. Yeah, I lived in Santa Barbara for college and then lived in LA for many years. So there you go. Rich likes 12 months of sunburn. I do like I want to be able to drive to snow. I don't want to live in snow. There you go. So being in near Tahoe was great because I could drive up and go skiing, and then I could leave and not live there. I don't know why it's taking so long for gameplay. Here we go. Ian, you wanted to see him. There's an interesting thread from Golden Boy about how to make esports more sustainable. I thought he said that it wouldn't work. I thought that was the point of the thread, was that it wouldn't work. San Diego, Veterans Park. Yeah, all good stuff for disc golf. But Texas has way more disc golf than California does. But California has some iconic courses. De La Viega, Oak Park, Golden Gate. And Ian doing Ian things versus Pedro doing Pedro things. And Smurflate saying, unfortunately, I think Ian wins this matchup. We will see. Yes. From what he said, it would work if the audience was able to accept it, but that gamers would barely accept it and add in their esports broadcast, much less a paywall to watch it. Exactly. It would work if the audience was open to that sort of thing, but I don't think the audience is or ever will be. Man, those Evo Skellies actually getting in there like that is crazy. Decent hold from Pedro here as we go into double elixir time. Ian in a good position. Oh, and that's just so much elixir that Pedro has to spend to still give up the damage. And there is, I'm guessing, Ian's mom dropping off some cookies or something. That was sweet. Thanks, Mom. Mortar connections are big here. That's a huge mortar. That's a really huge mortar. Ice Spirit to reset. But those mortar shots put Pedro back in the game. And now he can begin to minor poison. He goes Evo Mortar. Pedro's really banking on these defenses. Oh, and he gets in front of the Inferno Tower. Doesn't do it with the minions. They get there just in time. Evo Mortar, though, does it get a shot off on tower? I don't think it does. I don't think it does. This is Pedro playing tremendous. Tremendous. Look at this. Look at this from Pedro. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. The Evo Mortar. Then the other mortar kites back to the middle, gets the damage on tower, and Pedro has flipped this entire thing on its head. So much damage. Minor poison starting to get in here. Little Prince is out. Little Prince is out, so this means this 3-card cycle's nasty. And look at Pedro trying to get to more of it. There we go. Minor goes in. Minor plus poison. There you go. There you go. Pedro gets it done. Pedro sends us to Game 5. Woo! Wild. Let's go ahead and let me get the replay of that tremendous moment from Pedro. Pedro went and put the heat on. Let's go right here. Pedro behind. This, and you take a look at this. Boom. So you see that the Evo Mortar is controlled here. Stops that from damaging. Minor goes opposite direction, but Evo Mortar still is distracted by the skeleton. But that Minor gets out there, and look at that. One little minion. And then this Evo Mortar hits and allows the time here. Gets some damage, and he gets the mortar down for that right-hand spot. That minion still going. Ice Spirit not able to stop it. Little Prince comes out, and kaboom. What a tremendous, tremendous performance. Rich must be rooting for Pedro. I'm rooting for this stream to be over. But it was also great gameplay from Pedro. Let's go. All right, Samuel Bassotto, Pedro. Will Shot CALALAS be the champions? Or will Samuel have us all run the whole thing back one more time?
Bold and bashful.
2022's third place finisher, 2023's second place finisher. Two of the best that Brazil has ever had to offer. Pedro playing very aggressive here, but he has the elixir for it. Samuel looking like it's going to be GY. The delivery is actually massive in this one.
Doing it for the fam.
He needed a way to deal with the minions. He has it. Delivery and poison, I'm assuming here.
Real numbskulls.
And Sam gets aggressive in the right-hand lane. I don't see a bomb tower anywhere. Minor comes out for damage. Delivery for more damage. Evo Archers will get good damage as well. Oh, my word. Samuel Bassotto back in the lead.
Doing it for the fam.
Got a delivery for the minions. Oh, what a Guardian Delivery late. And now Pedro, with his chance to go the opposite direction, needs something for those minions, or that's going to be just all minion feed, which it will be. Miner gets picked up by the Dark Prince. Goblins go all the way. And the Goblins push the Giant. The Little Prince does not turn to the Giant very much at all, or doesn't even go to the Giant. Here we are, sudden death overtime. Miner to the back this time, not picked up. Knight should get one on the left, and it does. Little Prince takes a bit of damage here, maybe poison out for Pedro. He wants to save it for the graveyard, though. So he's really having to play these deliveries. 90 seconds left, 9:13 to 21:87. Sam sets up Giant to the left-hand lane. We might get a double Giant situation here, left and right, as the Evo Archers go to clean up that Knight and not let a shot in. Both lanes a problem right now. Miner works high. Poison prevents most of that graveyard. One gets in. Evo Knight does get some distraction. That's a good value poison to get Little Prince plus Archer on the right-hand side. And look at that. Miner creating a lead for Pedro. Triple Elixir. Right-hand tower showing Leet for Samwell. Just under 22 HP on both sides for Pedro. Snowball in. Poison working on the graveyard. Little Prince goes to the right-hand side. Log to knock back. Second Giant in. Little Prince is still alive for Samwell. Delivery goes high. Bomb tower goes high. Poison has to come out for the graveyard here. I think he's going to get back to another bomb tower in time to keep all of this. Delivery instead. Bomb tower with a large pull as Samwell goes inside with that Giant. Evo Archers can't get to it. Evo Archers can't get to it. Poison and delivery have to come down to prevent this damage. Arrows in. Skeletons in. Not going to happen. Pedro clutches up in the fifth and final of yet another fifth and final. He ends the day and saves my voice and saves the season of CHIVAS. What a year for Pedro. What a way to end it for the breakout player of 2023. And I thought we were going to be going to the victory screen there rather than to Revel and Bale. Oh boy. GG, GG, haha, GG, well played, GG. And here we go. Congrats to your champions. CALALAS. Not the CALALAS team everyone expected, but in the end, the one they deserved. Phenomenal. Tremendous. And there we go. There was our top three. Coming in third place, PUIGINS, splitting $5,000. Tribe Gaming in second place with $7K. CALALAS taking down $15,000 on the top of our podium. Good tournament for that organization overall. Oh, they keep on. There we go. And here is the overall grand final. CALALAS had to fight from the initial bracket, beating CHIVAS, then beating PUIGINS, then beating Tribe, then beating Tribe again. What a difficult route. The other top three were PUIGINS and Tribe Gaming, the ones who started way up there. CALALAS had the big battle, the hard road, and now we're finally coming back to me. Oh boy, folks, what a tournament. What a tournament it's been. 4 days in a row of phenomenal action on top of what's been a great year of the Queso Cup Teams Edition. Not just that, but the entire year of Clash Royale esports. I'll probably have at least one more stream on the channel before the year is out. Maybe I'll do something with Mega Draft, something like that. We'll see what happens. But I'm going to take a couple days and just relax after this 4-day extravaganza. Actually, 5 if you count the Mega Draft tournament. Still available. Video on demand, by the way, if you want to go check that out on the channel. If you haven't yet, subscribe to this channel. Are you not entertained? Subscribe to this channel. Like this stream. Come on back. A whole lot more coming next year in our 2024 season. And for everybody here, it's been fun. Twitch, hang out so we can find a cool raid to do. YouTube, it's been fun. As always, be excellent to each other. And party on, dude.